right, I think I've kept you guys waiting long enough. Switch over to the main camera. Am I in focus? Does the audio sound decent? I picked up a brand new microphone. Let me turn off the desktop view for now, but I picked up a brand new microphone. It's a kind of nicer boom style mic. I tried to retweak the audio settings, so hopefully it sounds a little bit better. I did see Truggy in the chat. He mentioned that he will be popping in and out, but he's got to finish the kid's room. Thanks for hopping in. Truggy was the kind gentleman who sent me his extra CHC V6 Hotend. And I guess I can start out by talking about kind of what I've been doing since the last stream, and that is a whole lot of tuning. And I've got a whole bin full of stuff to kind of prove it. So I started out by tuning up the first layers, and no, these are not craft singles. These are actually a bunch of first layer prints. And I think I've gotten them pretty dang good. They're almost perfect. And that's really impressive to me because even though this isn't a very large bed, it doesn't have any type of mesh bed leveling on it. So the fact that it gets a really, really nice even finish on the first layer is really, really impressive to me. I do have a couple areas where it's a little bit thin, where I think maybe the pressure advance, since it's going from corner to corner on these really, really long extrudes, I think the pressure advance is causing it to thin out a little bit, because I played with extrusion multiplier. I put little patches out there on the end and it doesn't seem to help. So I definitely think it's the pressure advance, either smooth time or something else that I think I need to play with. But yeah, the first layers got pretty dang good. I then went and did the extrusion multiplier tuning for this particular filament. Did like 3 different passes to kind of get that tuned in really, really well. And finally settled on a extrusion multiplier. I'll probably use it for kind of my default extrusion multiplier for all of the PLA that I print. And then I'll use that also as a basis for other filaments that I start working with. So just been tuning PLA so far. After that, we did do our pressure advance timing, and I did the line test from Andrew Ellis, and then I went ahead and also did the line test that comes out of Orca. I do think that I like the line test in Orca a little bit better. I just feel like it's kind of easier for me to tell like what's going on and what the best pressure advance value is. So yeah. After that, I went ahead and make sure I start recording. Started to do a retraction tower. I did a temp tower. Then I did our max volumetric flow rate test. So started out going 0 to 20, and then that had no issue. I don't see any real variation in this print at all. Then I switched over and did 20 to 30. Again, it got to the top, and I can see maybe in a couple areas it just looks pretty dang good. So then I went ahead and did 25 to 35, and it seems like around 24 is where I start to notice kind of some extrusion issues, and then up towards the top, you can kind of start to see where it was starting to have a bit of trouble. Well, maybe you can't because this light is too dang bright. Let's see if I turn that off. You can see kind of like up here, you got some like pock marks where it started to slow down. So I mean, that for 35 millimeters cubed per second, that's not bad. So that's with the Dragon High Flow on there with a CHT nozzle. After that, went ahead and printed out some Voron cubes and some other things like a 3D fill for MatterHackers. This is MatterHackers Build Series PLA. So overall, been kind of digging this filament and really happy. Print speed's been doing like anywhere from 100, 120 up to 200, and it's having no issues at all. So that's what we've been doing so far in terms of tuning. I do need to do input shaper, but I kind of put input shaper off until I know I'm done with doing some of the stuff I want to do on the tool head. And that's going to include the R1 revision cowling and some other stuff I'll talk about in a second. But first of all, let me go ahead and tweet out that we are live. Hello to everybody in the chat. Let me know how the audio levels are. I mentioned just a second ago that I got a new microphone, and I've really been trying to tune that in and get the audio sounding better. So let me know. Just say something like sounds good or sounds crappy in the chat if you don't mind. So I'm tweeting out that we're live. And I'll share it in a couple of the Discord spots. But yeah, I guess now I'll go ahead and talk about what I have planned for today. You can already tell a little bit from the thumbnail I pulled up, like full chat back up as well. But I've got this big box of stuff in front of me, and in here we've got quite a bit of stuff. We've got some pre-crimped JST XH wires, so I hope you don't have to spend a ton of time on stream crimping. Just crimping ain't easy, and it's just time consuming and not all that fun to watch. Then we've got a lot of sheathing. So some of this stuff I already had because I do a lot of PC modding, or I used to do a lot of PC modding. So we've got some sheathing, some of the more 3D printer style stuff, and then some of the more kind of traditional PC stuff in a 3/4 inch, 1/2 inch. I think this is like 1/8 inch. So I want to do probably at least this guy. I don't like how stiff the this heat shrink is right here. I feel like it kind of makes it stick up and touch the top hat a little bit more than it needs to, and I can actually see where it's been kind of rubbing up against the polycarbonate on the top hat. So I want to definitely get this resheathed or sleeved, and then I might do some of the back eventually to kind of clean that up. I don't like this big splotch of green on the hot end, so we'll see if I feel like doing any extra sleeving up here for extra credit. Some of the other stuff, I went ahead and when I got all of those PCBs made, I got a few of the Klipper expanders done. And these came with only the surface mount stuff only. So I just soldered this up last night. Not my best soldering job, especially on this micro USB. It had some surface mount contacts on there that I had to do, but we got it working. I plugged it in to make sure the LEDs came on. So we're gonna put the Klipper expander, find a spot for that. And then this is going to allow us to do a whole bunch of other stuff like some RGB LEDs. There's a thermistor on the Pico or the Umbilical that I don't have a spot for on the Pico right now. So we're gonna try to make use of that thermistor. What else do we have planned for today? Oh yeah, the rest of the V0.2r1 stuff. So I already mentioned that I want to swap out the cowling or shroud. So right now I've got a Revo in there, but that's not what we're gonna put in there. I'm gonna keep the Dragon High Flow in it until I kind of work through it, and then I'm gonna swap back in the V6 CHC. But this new cowling has supposedly much improved cooling. So you can see these ducts are much bigger, and that will hopefully allow for better airflow. I think the cowling and then the stock fans are holding this back in terms of cooling. In fact, if I grab this 3D fill, and I'm gonna have to turn off the light again, I guess. But you can see on his hands where there's some pretty extreme overhangs. The cooling is just not doing a good enough job. So it's really, really droopy there. Same thing on the bow of the benchy. This probably had to do with the fact that I was kind of turning up speeds pretty high to close to 200, and the cooling just wasn't able to keep up. The overhangs don't look too bad in the cabin kind of area. A little bit droopy, but not the worst I've seen. But yeah, cooling is definitely kind of the biggest area I can see that will need some improvement. So yeah, I'm going to keep the stock fans in, put in the new cowling, and see if that improves things. And then eventually, if I'm just not seeing what I need out of the stock fans, then I will replace it with these GDS time fans from, I think I got these from either Fabrico or DFM. So that's one part of the R1 build, or V0.2r1. The other part are the legs. So I have printed out the legs, and I have a couple different versions of them. This one is the stock 0.2r1 leg, and it's got a spot for a little micro switch and a bearing up here, and then that bearing pushes up against the micro switch when there's filament running through, and you can put one of these bottom tube guys in there. But I've kind of done a little bit of a remix on this guy, and I'm probably going to reprint this because there's a little bit of a split and separation for I put in the heat insert. But you can see there's a giant hole here, there's a heat insert here, and then there's a hole here. And what I have rigged up is I've made a custom housing for one of the LDO orbiter sensors. So this is the filament runout sensor. That's a smart filament runout sensor. It uses macros to unload the filament and heat up everything. And it also has a unload button on here, and then it has an LED that will shine up. So what I have done is made a custom housing, and you can see I've actually replaced the kind of default guy that's supposed to live in there in terms of the plug. But basically, there's a little ball bearing in here, and when you push filament through, it pushes the ball bearing into a button that tells you that you have filament. And I made a custom housing that will attach to the foot such that you stick it on here, and when you stick filament in, it will read as filament being loaded. You pass it up through into here, and then you can have a custom macro that automatically kind of like feeds out some stuff. So, hey Truggy. I'm adding an orbiter sensor to your V0. Oh, are you? Where are you doing it at? So like, this was my first instinct, was to add it down here on the foot because that's where the kind of stock one was. But I think it might actually be a little bit better closer to the print head. So I'm not sure I would want to put it actually on the print head because that's a little bit of, added mass in my. I think the Y is definitely going to be, the limiting factor on the input shaper because it almost always is on Core XYs. But I think down here by the foot with this long filament run is going to be a little bit far away to make use of some of the macros. But I'm going to do it here for now just because it was like a nice, cool kind of project and way to get started. And then I think maybe I'll try to move it up somewhere towards, like up here on the frame where it comes through. But yeah. How does the audio sound? I got a new mic. Been trying to play with things and get it adjusted, but let me know. Yeah, I have the extruder with it. I have the extruder with it to mount to the extruder. Still set up for direct drive, something to play with. Gotcha. Shroud is not R1 for it though, so are you going to try to remix the Shroud or just try to figure something out? Oh, Matt Shammy, thank you very much. Looks good, man. Keep up the good work, bro. Back to lurking. No problem. I appreciate a lurk, and I definitely appreciate a super chat. We haven't had very many of them on the stream, and I thank you guys so much. So like everything that you guys donate will go back into the stream, and specifically it will go towards some stuff that I hope to start doing in terms of giveaway. So I guess I can kind of let the cat a little bit out of the bag. Let me go grab something real quick. So to show my appreciation for everybody who's been hopping in the stream and chatting and watching the VODs, I did another PCB order, and I got a couple of the couple more of the Voron rulers. So I've been using this during the build. You might have seen it in a few other folks' chat. I believe this is Heart K's design. I'm not sure where I got it from. Oh, there's the the super chat notification. It's a little bit delayed. I might have to try to tweak that. But yeah, so these are the Voron rulers. Anybody can get these ordered up if you want to. But I got a whole bunch of them printed out and cut at JLC PCB, and I'm planning on doing some giveaways. So I've already sent these to a couple folks, like 3D Print SOS and a few other folks. So yeah, stay tuned. In the next stream, I should hopefully have something set up, and I've got quite a few of them. As you guys know, there's not a ton of people watching these streams, so I'm hoping that the folks who show up and are here every day, especially anybody who sent this super chat, will be able to qualify for this. And I think I can send these globally. So it shouldn't be more than like $10 to send these out. So yeah, that's the plan, is to start doing some giveaways. I've got some other PCBs and other stuff that I would like to do. But yeah, thank you guys so much for kind of hopping in here and chatting with me. Chucky said, yeah, my CAD skills are gonna leave it at that for now. Picked it up at Goshen to support TH3D. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've met Tim from TH3D a lot. We go back to, let me see, I think it was Maker Faire, New York in 2018 is where I originally met Tim. All of my Creality machines have something from TH3D, and they're all running the TH3D unified firmware. So pretty big fan of TH3D. I did see that they started to carry some of the LDO stuff. So yeah, like individual parts from LDO, definitely a good shout to pick it up from Tim. One thing they really pride themselves on at TH3D is offering a lot of support. So like if you buy something, from them and you're using their firmware, they give you active like chat support and email support. So shout outs to Tim and TH3D and Tor and all the folks there. Oh, another super chat. Chuggy, thank you for the 19. You didn't have to do that. As I mentioned, everything that you guys donate will be going back into the stream and projects and things like that. So thank you very much. I think I'm actually going to need to just send you one of these guys for free, since you already sent me this Hotend, which I'm going to be doing some testing on before I do a final review. I think I'm going to go ahead and just send this one out to you. I think I already have your address from where you sent this guy over. So thank you for contributing so much, man. Thanks for always hopping in the streams. Thank everybody for doing that. But what else do we have that we want to do? I already mentioned the LEDs. So I've got two LEDs here. I've got the rainbow matchstick here, and then I've got the regular daylight matchstick, and I'm trying to decide which ones I want to put in. I'm kind of leaning towards the rainbow just because RGB makes the printer go burr. But yeah, let me know if you guys have an opinion. I need to figure out how to do like polls and stuff like that. I haven't really figured that stuff out. So I'm leaning towards the RGB just because it'll make the printer go faster, right? The daylight are 24 volts, so I'd have to figure out a way to pump 24 volts all the way up into the chamber, which might be a little bit more of an ordeal. And these are just 5 volts, so I'm leaning towards these, but let me know what you guys think. My Creality machines for TH3D editions with the frame motors were TH3D editions with the frame/motors were all original. Gotcha. Yeah, I've got like the tough what do they call it? Tough tube. I've got 2 or 3 of the easy ABLs. I've got one of their easy boards and all that stuff. So no problem. I make them all. They're all good. In terms of the LEDs, Matt Shammy, I'm leaning towards the RGB. So Yeah, so I guess we'll get started with some of this stuff. I guess the first thing to do would be to get the shroud done, right? Like if I want to eventually do input shaper, I'm going to need to get this shroud done and not do any more swapping of it. So let's go ahead and start to shut down the printer. I try to be good about that, but sometimes I accidentally forget and power it off without correctly shutting it down. So let's make sure I do that before I power it off. Shut down, please. Crying about the webcam being unplugged. I don't really care. Okay. Yo, RGB makes your printer faster. Absolutely. Matt Shemmy, yeah, I make all the PCBs for DFH store. So yeah, it's all about being coordinating the light. Oh, I did not know that you make all the stuff for the PCBs for the DFH store. I didn't know that you made PCBs. That's pretty cool. Do you have like a big fab setup, or is it kind of just like a DIY thing? But I am unplugging the machine. Let me turn on my RGB on the Voron mat to make the stream go faster. But yeah, that's really cool, Shammy. I did not know that that they were sourcing it from somebody kind of local. That makes me kind of want to buy from DFH a little bit more, because I know that I'm pretty sure that they give proceeds back to Heart K or Timit. So that's really cool. Yeah, Shammy is awesome. I'm starting to learn that. So, what camera are we on? I kind of lost my sorts. I need more screens, but I'm kind of at a standing desk setup, so getting screen real estate is a little tough. So I guess we can start by just starting to strip down everything. What did I do with my side cutters? I've got about infinity side cutters, but somehow I can never find them when I need them. So let's grab another pair of the 30 billion ones I have from Creality mostly. And do I need to completely undo everything? I'm not sure yet. I'll kind of wait and just do things as I think we need to. This all the way forward. Yeah, that's all I do. Well, that and field CSR stuff for him. But yeah, if it's not made by Big Tree Tech or Pizek or something like that, it should be my stuff. That's really, really good to know. So if anybody wants to support Shammy, go over to DFH and pick up some of their PCBs. They've got, I think, the matchstick, daylight matchstick RGBs. I think they have the full-size matchsticks for your 200, 250, or 300 builds. Klipper expander boards. I like kind of DIYing stuff and soldering stuff up myself. So whenever I have an order for kind of some of my sim racing stuff, I just kind of find a whole. It's when you get stuff made in China, it's like one of these is $19 and 30 of them are, you know, like $25. So I just throw a whole bunch of stuff on the order, but knowing that they're getting their stuff from somebody local in the US is kind of like making me want to get stuff. Yeah, this build is way cleaner than any of your Vorons. Well, I've had the benefit of kind of chiming into all of Nero's streams and all of Steve's streams. I've watched all of his 0.2 builds. Then also Living Room Workbench, who's the creator of the Octo app. He just built a Voron 0.2, so I've been rewatching his streams. So yeah, I feel bad I haven't even power tested my V0.2 and it's been done for a month. It'd be like that sometimes, especially if you're kind of testing other stuff and doing a lot of other upgrades. I'm still doing my K3. It's been like a week of printing and 2 weeks of stuff. Daylight, Disco, Matchstick, Rainbow, XXL, Daylight, XXL, Disco, all of the sizes. All of the sizes. Do you do the Heart K 2-piece stealth burners with the RGB fan backing? Do you know what I'm talking about? I do kind of want to pick up one of those, so I'll see if DFH carries those. Yes, those are good. Just the standard lazy no cable management builder. I kind of I get probably a little bit too deep into the cable management, a little bit, to be honest. So I'm gonna pop this spool holder off the back so that we can manipulate the printer around when we need. So I come from a lot of PC building and modding stuff, so that's where kind of my cable management habit comes from. I probably spend as much time cable managing as I do like building the rest of the stuff. Yep, red, black, white, purple. So yeah, I'm gonna look to the DFH, I don't know why I have a hard time saying that site, probably this evening, and see about picking up some PCBs from them. Support everybody who seems to be supporting you or is supporting you. Really like the Voron community and just how everybody seems to be like that. It's not just, you know, really nicely cool printed, cool design printers. The people kind of are what makes it as awesome as it is. And it feels like every stream I kind of meet somebody new, talk to somebody new, learn more about people. Oh, screw down. I'm doing cable lacing on the K3 soon, so hopefully the back will look like a 1950s computer. Nice. Same, you're a water cooling guy. I've done a lot of like AIO coolers, and then I've got one of the Alpha Cool kind of baby's first water cooling setup where it's an all-in-one cooler, but you can expand it, but I haven't really expanded it yet. I want to do some really nice water cooling stuff. That's kind of one of the reasons I got a 3D printer in the first place, was to do some modding on it, and then 3D printing modding became kind of more of a focus. And it's like you buy a printer to do a thing, and then you start modding the thing that you know. Hopefully you guys kind of know what I'm talking about. So these screws in the back are a little difficult to get to. I might need a ball end for those. Where's my 2mm ball? I'm probably gonna have to pull the manual back out to know where all the different screw sizes go. Alpha Cool makes good product. Yeah, I met some of them at CES, and they were really, really nice. And then Mod My Mods, have you ever heard of that website? They sell a lot of modding gear. I met them at a number of like PC events, and they're really, really cool guys. Kind of like a DFH kind of storefront where they sell a lot of gear for modding PCs. And they're US based and kind of a small company, so. We'll see if I get all these screws back. I put so many mods on my printers. I have 11, so sometimes it's a pain. Yeah, it's funny because I have like 2 Ender 3s, and I've mostly modded them together, you know, kind of doing the same mods on both of them. That's legit. You know who they are? Yeah, those guys are awesome. They've again, that part of the PC community is really, really cool. Good people. They're all about, you know, like informing people how to do mods and yeah, I've just had a good experience with folks like them. So what do we need to do? The front screws now? For those, I'm going to use my powered screwdriver if I can find it. This thing is a little beast. So 3D Print SOS, he just has been streaming his Trident build. So if you guys are interested in a Trident kit from Phytech, he's been streaming that 3D Print SOS. But he put me onto this thing, and I've had it for about 3 weeks now, and I've charged it once, and it's really, really good, like power and torque, way better than my Wow Stick. I think it's kind of like a white label Xiaomi kind of product, but so far it's been working out really, really well. They were friends of mine. Joe is the owner. Ronnie Josh is a legit dude. I had such a good time with him. So I go to like PAX East every once in a while, and usually they have a presence there. And I can usually get into like PAX East's press because I have a YouTube channel. But like finding a spot to put your stuff is always a massive pain. So they're really cool about, you know, like they have a giant setup, a table, and they a lot of times have let me just like put my bags and coats at their table, and yeah, just again, good people. What am I missing to get this tool head off? Is it just the cable ties? No, there's something else. There's that one screw that screws into the motor plate. Oh, nice. Link that screwdriver. My Wow Stick is weak too. Man, I would love a high torque electric screwdriver. The small ones just never work. I got the 2 screws on the back here. I think I need this one on the back of the motor plate. I'll link the screwdriver in a bit. But I think that, guys, the last thing. So what can we keep together here? We're basically going to have to disassemble this whole thing, aren't we? So unscrew the motor mount. I'm going to have to redo the motor meshing, but that's fine. It was extruding really, really well. I know a couple people, I think it was Greg's Major Corner mentioned that he was having some problems with extrusion on one of his kits, but I've been really, really happy with the consistency out of the extrusion on this. I've got a Dragon High Flow, so I know that that can push a lot of plastic, but sometimes, you know, actually having good quality, consistent extrusion is as important or more important. We're gonna have parts everywhere. I have parts sorters and organizers, but I tend to not use them. So we'll see if I can find all the screws I need when we start reassembling everything. But you know what, let me grab at least this little magnetic mat. Say that 10 times fast. And then I'll try to sort the screws by like sizes on there. But the 2 long boys, some 8s, some 6s. So these standoffs I'm going to replace. The motor is out. I'm trying to figure out what I really need to like absolutely take off and what I can kind of keep together. So do I have to take the mid body and the motor plate completely apart, you think, or can I kind of keep that together? The fans need to come out. You guys can see. So these are the stock Formbot fans. They're pretty no-named and 24-volt brushless fans. And I think that they spin relatively quietly and well, but I do have some GDS time ones, so I kind of want to just see how far I can get with these and then eventually get rid of them. Getting these out is a little troublesome. To pull the hot end out. Been really liking this Dragon High Flow. I've used a Dragonfly before. So here are all the guts getting pulled out of the V1 Shroud. Or the just plain 0.2 Shroud. Can I like lean it back to get it out? Yeah, there we go. I guess I'm gonna have to pick the mid body out. Here's another screw. Yeah, because I can't get to the screws that screw into the cowling. Are any of you guys kind of input shaper pros by chance? That's kind of one of the biggest things I'm looking to do in this printer, because I've got Klipper set up on one other printer. And I played with it, got an accelerometer working, but I didn't do the full tuning on it. So that's one thing I'm really looking forward to. So motor plate off, BMG gear out. And then I guess I have to remove these two guys. Yeah, I can punch in so you guys can see a little bit better what I'm doing. The crafts look like the Himalayas. I imagine that's what. So this is the first Core XY printer I've like built and maintained myself. I've used a few in the past, but not really kind of like built one or maintained one. Well, it's the same size. Someone teach ballistics so I can mooch off the vid content. I mean, some of it is kind of like automated and automatic, right? It's not like there's a crazy amount of tuning you need to do, but I can walk you through most of it. Okay. I know that there's also like a new script now, isn't there, that just basically allows you to you can auto save out of it, right? You can automatically apply the recommended settings and it'll kind of save it to your config, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw somebody do it that way. Okay, is that the last screw to get the mid body out? Maybe. I guess I need to undo this guy. Yeah, I just need to put it on there, run a command, and then find the file. Plug and pray. Plug and play, plug and pray. Depends on who you're talking to and how confident you feel. I don't think I can get this shuttle out without unscrewing the tensioner. I guess I had a bit of tension on there, but these little magnetic mats are kind of nice for just kind of keeping some, you know, semblance of track of where stuff is. Does this just snap together? Is that what I'm missing? The shuttle out. Nabik. Hi, which mods are we doing today? If you want to run back in the streams, I talk about it, but we are swapping out the V0.2 regular shroud with the new R1 shroud, so you can kind of see what the difference is here. So the one with the 3 cooling ducts is the new one, and that one is the old one. So we should get more improved cooling. I have ordered some of the RGB trinkets, but those won't be, or no, they're not trinkets. What are they? Sequins, I think, are the LEDs that you can put in the tool head, but those won't be here for a while. So yeah, we're swapping that out. We're going to be doing the feet, but I have a custom version of the foot that will use an orbiter filament runout sensor. So this is a smart filament runout sensor as opposed to kind of the quote-unquote dumb one that is in the main R1. So this has like an RGB LED that tells you when the filament's loaded. It's got an unload button and custom macros that you can do. And I've kind of had to resolder the connector. So we'll see how I need to get the feet replaced because they have 2 more millimeters of clearance. And the Formbot kit actually has a 34 millimeter tall Z motor that causes the bottom plate to flex out. So getting these taller feet on there will be really, really good. We've got a Klipper Expander board that we're going to be putting in to make use of more fans, the thermistor, or a chamber thermistor, RGB LEDs, and stuff like that. I've got a bunch of kind of cable sleeving from my kind of PC modding days. So we might throw some of this kind of colored blue stuff on there. And I also made some meshes for the skirts. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I didn't, since I got my parts from PIF, I couldn't do the multicolored skirts. So we might just glue these on the back of some of the skirts while we're down there. So quite a few mods. We'll see how much we can actually get done today. But right now I'm just trying to figure out how I get this mid plate disconnected. Is it just snapping or am I missing a screw? Is there a hidden legend of the hidden screw somewhere? Or is it like a snap-in registered piece? But yeah, that's most of the mods that we're putting on today. Getting some RGB coloring in there. The Klipper Expander is the biggest thing I want to do because that's going to allow me to do a bunch of the mods. The SKR Pico is a really nice compact board, but the kind of the main disadvantage is that it doesn't have a ton of I/O because it's just using a Pico. So it's small, it runs cool, but it's a little bit at a disadvantage in terms of the I/O. Is there a screw I'm forgetting about somewhere? So if you guys have any suggestions on how some of the guys who you watch do their stream giveaways, let me know. I'm trying to get that set up. I know that 3D Print SOS does the Gleam giveaway stuff, and oh, there's these 2 on the bottom. That's what it is. Missed those, so the ball end will probably be the best for those. Sneaky screws. Sneaky sis. What is that from? Sneaky sis. It's from something. I can't think of what it is. Pretty sneaky. Is that what it is? Oh, it's the Connect 4 commercial. Do you guys remember that? Go for it. Connect 4. You've got 3 in a row. Go for 1 more. I was one of the generation of kids who were babysat by the TV growing up, so got a lot of useless TV knowledge in my head. So we need to get some heat set inserts in this guy. We need to get the bearing out of here, or I probably have an extra bearing, so it's not that big of a deal if I can't get that one out. But I've got a setup back here I can heat up for the heat inserts. And I've actually printed and I think sourced almost all of the parts for the Vector 3D vertical linear heat press, I think is what he calls it. So I've got a bunch of extra V-roller wheels, and then the printed parts, and some concentric nuts, and then 2040 extrusion, and that's the base. But I need to tap the extrusion. I thought I ordered stuff that already came pre-tapped with like M4, I think, but apparently I need to tap those, and I will build those maybe on a stream, maybe not. But I saw Steve build his. I've got kind of an old kind of hodgepodge version behind me that works, but it's a little unsteady. So yeah. So what other printers are you guys working with? I assume most of you guys have a Voron, or are building a Voron, or looking to build a Voron. But I'm gonna go ahead and pop in the heat set insert for this guy. I'm not gonna pull everything over, I don't have enough space, but it should take like 30 seconds. So obviously you don't need, I hope I just wasn't just sticking my butt out at you guys for a bunch of time there. So obviously you don't necessarily need to have a heat set press, but I just like I did those in just about a minute or less, and they're super consistent. It helps me control the depth, and I don't have to worry about having a soldering iron kind of flying all over the place. So let me remove these fans. I'm kind of hesitant to take these fans out because I think they're going to be what I end up wanting to go with. But, you know, since I'm doing this for a review, which won't be too far off, I just want to get input shaping done and some of the other basic mods I want to do, and then kind of print with as many materials, print as many test prints as I can, and then write the review, film the kind of talking head portion of it, and put it out there. So probably 1 to 2 weeks is what I'm hoping. Getting these fans out is a little bit of a pain. But these are the GDS time fans. I think I got these from DFH. They've got like a little triple pack you can buy of the nice fans, and then Fabrico has the honey badger stuff. So yeah, that one is sitting a little bit proud. Not sure if you can see, so I'm going to get him pressed in a little bit more. quick swig of water. So I think we're good to start placing everything back into this guy. Trying to make sure I have the right one. I do eventually kind of want to reprint this one and maybe do something cool with the face and print it on this printer. And I currently got these Voron like inserts glued, and I want to do an actual kind of color change print with it, and I think it'll look a lot better. But let's get this pressed back in. And I think I noticed that the LTT screwdriver is just about the perfect size and diameter to press this guy in there if you can get it in straight. Oh, but it's magnetic and it's attracting it. Will you sit on there perfectly for me? Yeah. Oh, it keeps turning around. I'm gonna have to find another way to get it in there. And now the bearing is magnetized, so it's really hard to get it started, and then use this guy to press it in there flush. Oh, but in terms of the giveaways, I've seen some people use Gleam.io, and you just put in a link and it automatically tracks stuff for you. And then I saw that Nero and Steve both use a Google form, and then they collate all the entries, put it into like a spin to win thing, and then pick a winner that way. So I'm trying to figure out which way I want to kind of start with. And I'm going to need to pull up the manual to get this reassembled. I cannot do it from memory. If I can find it. Nope. Gotta find it through the Explorer. V0. Oh, but I need to get the V0.2, the new one, right? Right. Printer, Voron, V0, or the R1. I need to download that. So let me download that guy. Voron 0. I guess I can try to switch to desktop view. Show you guys what I'm doing. Is that working? I need to turn on. There we go. But you don't want to see that. You want to see that. So manuals. This download. That downloads the whole thing. Let's do that. If you weren't at the beginning of chat, I was showing everybody that I've got a bunch of these Voron rulers that I'm going to be doing giveaways during the streams. So, you know, I ordered one for myself, and whenever you order anything, you can order a bunch of them. So yeah, they're not too expensive to ship out. You can just put them in like a small envelope, so I should be able to do that internationally, and I will work that out and let you guys know when that will be starting up. There's also an option of doing kind of giveaways so that people can comment on a video. So like I tend to stream late at night, and not a lot of European people tend to be able to stay up and watch it. So they tend to watch and watch the recap. So I can also try to set it up such that people can comment on a video and then let them enter that way. So that might be a good option as well. If you guys have any recommendations or thoughts on that, let me know. So we want to go to the print head. Isn't that a link? Yes. The desktop. Isn't this usually a hyperlink that you can click on? Oh, there we go. My computer's just slow. So we've got those done. Oh, the standoffs. So we're going to replace these funky brass looking standoffs, which did work. If you have a set of these, they do work fairly well, but they're kind of an eyesore. So I happen to have some of these lying about. No, I had to order these. I have a different size. They're like 30 millimeters, but they're blue, so they kind of work. But typically these are 3D printed pieces that you have to heat set brass inserts into, or threaded inserts into, and I thought that these would look better. So next we need our mid body again. All of that's already set up. It's all the heat inserts. This idler is already done. That guy's already set up. Hopefully I didn't ruin that somehow. These two things are in the motor plate. I did have problems with this nut not getting glued in well, and it's still not glued in well, actually. And when you're trying to screw into this, if it pushes out, you're gonna have to completely disassemble your print head again. So I'm gonna try to glue it again a little bit better, and hopefully it'll dry by the time you need it. I need to buy another glue. Unfortunately, the Starbond stuff works fairly well, but my applicator's gone a little bit not so great, so it's kind of hard to precisely apply glue with it. I think you can buy just the tops, if I'm not mistaken. But this is medium kind of flow stuff, so it doesn't come out super fast. I just need to get a drop down on here in a couple spots. And find some kind of a sacrificial thing to get it applied. And then hit it with some kicker. You guys use CA glue a lot. There's this sap kicker, and a couple different brands make it, but it kind of helps glue set really quickly. It has an interesting smell. So I'm gonna let that guy dry, and hopefully we don't have a repeat of the screw or the nut coming out. We've got that done. We need to place the... All right, we've got the new one. Can I put that up there for you guys somehow? We're in overhead. Can I put the desktop up there? Or here? Is that working? Yeah. All right, so we need to put the shuttle back in. Like so. And put the lever arm back in. like so. And put the guidler back in. How does it go? That, I think. And M3, oh, then we put the mid body back on. Did I do that right? Or do I have it upside down? I think that's right. But maybe the mid body goes like that. That's the ticket. And do these mate up well enough is going to be a question. These are from two different printers. One is from PIF and one is from my Mark 3S. Yeah, I did use the same filament. So this is atomic, or no, fusion. Deep water blue, I think it's called. We need 3 M3 by 25s, 2 in the top, 1 in the bottom that will tie down the guidler. I'll use the Hodo for this. Oh, I need to get that link for you guys. But yeah, this will absolutely torque out of your hands if you're not careful. So this is on the lowest torque setting, and I just kind of let it start to turn itself in my hand when it gets pretty low to make sure I don't strip anything out. And that actually feels usually a little bit better than tightening it with the driver. Like that got it pretty close to hand tighten. So this guy can still move. I might need to file some stuff to get this to interface correctly. That might be a bit too tight, actually. Because we need to be able to open this guy back up. So it was probably good right where the Hodo got it too. Maybe not. There we go. I might have to take a file to this, figure out where it's rubbing. Yep. So I've just got these little kind of micro hand files. And I'm trying to see where the plastic looks a little kind of already a little shaved away. And rub down any high points. And on this 3D printed piece. That's something I noticed Steve does in a lot of his builds. He actually takes time to find any mating surfaces and file them down to make sure that they'll mate well. All right, that feels better. I think, yeah. Let's tighten these down a little bit more. That's too much, apparently. There we go. It'll be easier to open once we have the little guidler in. So these two screws are 10s. I think these are 10s. Let me use my Voron ruler to confirm. Yep. So I've definitely noticed that my printed parts aren't nearly as nice as the PIF ones. You know, the Prusa is a really nice machine, but the PIF printers, those guys, I think Will did my printed parts from the Voron PIF team, and his printers dialed in really, really well. Been very happy with the PIF parts. Perfect PIF parts. Next step, putting our gear back in. Let's see if I get the meshing part a little bit easier this time. Last time it took me a little while to get everything kind of nicely meshed. Then we put our motor plate back on. Hopefully that glue has had enough time to set. And we'll hold it in correctly and well. And we need a 6, which is going to be the absolute shortest little boy. Up top. You guys see me make a mistake, feel free to go ahead and let me know. If you can't see anything, feel free to let me know as well. And then we need a 6 in the bottom left. And a 10 in the bottom right. Have you guys gotten to the point where you can basically tell the screw length just by looking at it? A tiny shell script. Hello. Is the mini stealth burner any better to assemble than the mini afterburner? I haven't done an afterburner. I hear, I'm trying to remember what Steve said specifically about this mini stealth burner to afterburner change. I think they improved the filament path a bit, but I haven't built a mini afterburner to be able to compare. If anybody in chat happens to have built both and have an opinion, feel free to opine. But the mini stealth burner isn't too bad if you've done a regular stealth burner, in my opinion. Top screw can get a little bit tighter. I'm not sure how long you've been in here, Tiny Shell Script, but we are basically upgrading from the old mini stealth burner Shroud, which had not as good a cooling, to the new one, which has some improved cooling. That spacing should be already nice and set well. Mini afterburner was just a huge pain in the ass, but that back plate holds all the bits together, look way better. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll look back and see. The motor back plate, I will say that nut that you have to glue in, make sure it's in there and set. If it's able to kind of get pushed by the screw when you're putting it onto the mounts, like this screw pushes in, and if it pushes that nut out, you have to almost completely disassemble the whole thing. So that ended up happening to me basically twice. So that's something that you don't want to have to worry about. That was the only kind of painful bit about this. So we can double check our filament path. I don't know if I'll be able to get that on camera, but you can take a little piece of filament. Pass it through. That's always really tough to get on camera. I'm gonna have to look, but maybe you can see in there filament path is lining up with the grooves. Put our tensioner on. Formbot kit did come with this kind of slightly nicer knurled M3 thumb screw, as I guess what you would call it. That's in there. We have both of these. This actually makes a really nice fidget toy. My M4 extruder that I built, I kind of just sat with it at my desk all day and played with it, opening and closing it. Tension knob done. Should be in there correctly. We didn't really retension anything. Let me check the teeth marks with everything closed up. I can just barely see some teeth marks, so probably need to tension it down a little bit. I don't think white teeth marks on a yellow piece of filament is going to be very visible to you guys. Sorry about that. Didn't think about that. Now I can feel it biting a whole lot more. Yeah, just barely have some teeth marks on there. Now we need to put our fans back in. So as I mentioned, I'm going to be putting this whole assembly back in. These are the fairly inexpensive fans that come with the Formbot kit. They're just like absolute no-named fans. But I want to try them out with the new Shroud just to see how they perform, and then I'll probably take them out for the GDS time fans. So this is actually proving to be a little bit troublesome having done it this way. They want us to do this left one first. We need to make sure that the blower is facing down. This guy is facing out, and it goes like this, I think. You can kind of this is another kind of finicky part, but I imagine it's not too different than the afterburner. It is a little bit made a little bit more difficult by having all these kind of traipsed all over the place. I'm going to go ahead and take my side cutters and just cut these cable ties and disconnect everything. This is our part cooling fan 1. One thing that makes this extra finicky is the fact that these wires don't really sit in there all that well. There's just like really not enough room for them to go. Where does the cable go on this one? Oh, it goes like this. I had it the wrong way anyway. And you just want to make sure you get it in so that this isn't rubbing. I've seen several people's builds and on the questions, the V0 questions thing, and they have them in there, and then you can see that their fans aren't blowing because they're like not lined up well enough with the intake hole. So the next step is the next fan. And that's the axial fan. Maybe zooming out will help you guys see a little bit better. So this goes in with this in the bottom right. And it's just a pressure fit, and we need to make sure that it's going to route up and to the right when we put the next fan in. So general thinking of the kit, it's had enough hardware. The quality parts of the frame and most everything is pretty good. These fans are a little bit on the lower quality side, I'll have to admit. They work. They will get you prints, especially if you're printing ABS. You probably don't need to worry about your cooling too much. But if you do need good cooling performance, I'd recommend probably upgrading the fans, as I will be doing eventually. So that seems to be in there pretty well. Fans done. Yep, cable management is good. Now we need to mount the motor. The length of the cables has actually been very good. You can see that these are all pre-lengthened, and they were all pre-crimped if you go back and watch my build, and the lengths of them up here at the tool head is very good, like almost perfect. So we want to mount this guy in here and get everything meshed well. And these are M3x10s, which look like these. Are they both M3x10s or just this first one? I guess they need to be long enough to go through the motor and into the standoff, right? That's the main thing. First guy, second guy. I don't know how the meshing was on the afterburner, but they kind of got it slotted so that you can mesh the motor's teeth into the gear. That aligns well. Get in your home. There we go. Get it started. Open this guy back up. That should give us enough room. Whoop, if I don't drop it. Don't drop that, driver. And I think now is where we're gonna have to reset the meshing, if I recall correctly. Hey Feder, what's up, man? We are reassembling the tool head with the new cooling shroud to try to get some better cooling on this guy. And this part was one that I remember being kind of not a pain, just a little finicky. So what we have to do is use the little gap that allows this to kind of move just like a millimeter, and we don't want it completely meshed up together so that there's zero backlash. We want it just like spaced out enough that we can barely kind of wiggle it, and knowing like exactly how much that needs to be is a little finicky to me. That feels okay. There's like a tiny bit of movement, but not a whole lot. So I'm gonna hold that down with my thumb and get him tightened up. Get this guy tightened up all the way and double check it. It's just like the slightest bit of movement. I don't even know if you guys can see it. But yeah, we got a lot of mods going in today. Gonna hopefully get some LEDs. These LEDs make the printer go burr. We're gonna get our Hotend remounted. So this is the Dragon High Flow. You can tell it's the High Flow because it's got this like little colored sock on there that covers like this extra heating mass. And it's just, I guess, you know, when you're talking about thermal conduction, surface area and materials are about all you have to play with, right? So you want to increase the surface area and or mass, and then use the right materials. That's all there is to half of like thermodynamics. Gonna get this Bowden tube into the right spot. It's a little finicky. There we go. Slide up in there. Like RC, there's a paper rule. What's the paper rule for RC cars or planes? LED mans, I know. I had those in before I had my printing. But what's the paper rule for RC cars? Like you can slip a piece of paper between something? So that's in. These guys will get routed up. I guess I could have just unplugged everything from the umbilical. We already did all this stuff. Now we can take our super long boys and stick them through. Going to use the Hodo. I introduced everybody to the Hodo. .3D Print SOS, everybody, is the guy who turned me on to this first, but he's also got a channel on 3D printing, and he's been building a Trident. So if you're interested in seeing what the FiSec Trident kit is, sure to check out his channel and his streams. A lot of fun, good community. Several of you guys have made your way over from his community. But to mesh gears, you can slip a piece of paper between them. Interesting. Hodo! I did change out my mic, and I'm hoping it sounds better. I did a lot of testing, and it's always weird though. Like I'll do a bunch of testing, record stuff, do a test stream, and it sounds great. And then somehow when I go on the air, I watch back the VOD, and it doesn't sound nearly as good. Those are through, and we can remount everything. So these two guys coming out this way, these two guys coming out this way. We'll slot into there. Make sure I'm not pinching any wires. Are you not threading in, buddy? Or are you just way longer than I remember? And this thing actually has enough good holding torque that you can kind of hand tighten stuff with it too. Pretty good tool. Thank you to Feder for putting me onto that. And then we need to do that screw that I had trouble with last time, because the little hex nut kept coming out when I was trying to thread into it. It's actually not threading all that well right now, which has me worried. Maybe I shouldn't tighten these all the way down, so that I can make sure everything is nice and aligned first. Just get it started. So I can get him threaded, maybe? Pray to God I don't have to take this thing apart 3 times again. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Just throw it in there for me. He is not wanting to do so. Mike sounds good. Your other one used to cut out. This sounds good. Awesome. That is really a relief. Yeah, the other one used to cut out quite a bit. I think it had to do with the noise cancellation and just the gain I had to use on the mic. Where did that just blow away? Oh, cable tie. But yeah, I keep trying to make the stream better. And I think audio has probably got to be like a #1 concern. I'm surprised people stuck around when it was kind of all nasty and choppy. Why do you not want to thread into this nut? If this screw was 1 millimeter longer, this would be no problem whatsoever. But of course, that's not really an option. I mean, nothing's changed except for my the shroud. Hex Peppers hot sauce. Yes. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for hopping in. Not sure if you're just joining or if you've been lurking, but we are doing some upgrades to the V2. Starting with the the 0.2r1 heating shroud. I'm honestly probably going to be taking this part again to replace the fans from the stock fans eventually, but I want to see how the stock fans perform with the new shroud. For whatever reason, I just can't get this screw threaded. Maybe it needs to sit like perfectly flush or something. I had problems with this the first time we built this as well. I just can't get it threaded. It is an M3x16. And if it was a 3x17, it would be perfect, but a 3x18 ends up being too long. It just will not thread into this nut. I'm gonna try like backing it out to get it started. Is the screw or the nut pressed in? So there's a little tiny nut right here in the motor plate, and the screw needs to screw into it. So there's a little bit of pressed up plastic right here. Maybe this plastic protruding isn't allowing it to press up close enough to start threading. So I'm going to try to file some of that plastic. Protruding plastic. Proud protruding plastic. Luckily, ABS sands really, really easily. Come on. Sorry, my kid had me busy for a second. This build looks awesome. Don't be sorry. Thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, the build has come together pretty well. I'm pretty happy with the Formbot kit, it being my first kit that I built. It's light on documentation. It is a budget-oriented kit, but it's come together, and I've not had too many issues besides little weird stuff like this. So what we are going to try. Is there any excess plastic in here that might be causing it to not be able to sit flat? I don't feel any. I'm going to try to find an M3 by, what is this one? A 16? Do I have an M3 by 18? I do, with the flathead. Maybe a perfect length. I built a Formbot Trident kit. That was a pretty awesome experience. I have been watching 3D Print SOS built his FISIC Trident, and I think it's kind of the next Voron I want to build. I know Steve from Steve Builds obviously is a little bit biased since he pretty much designed it, but he thinks it is probably the best first printer or first Voron for people to build, because it's not as crazy big as or complicated as a 2.4, but it isn't as finicky with all the little like parts and screws and stuff that That is not the right size driver. What is the right size driver? What's this guy, isn't it? This nut just will not start threading. Yeah, but the Trident just seems like a good balance of like a nice size build. It's Core XY. It's got the triple lead screw set up, but it's definitely not as complex as a 2.4. And you know, this Zero is a cantilever bed, so it's pretty simple in terms of its kinematics, but it's just finicky with all the preloaded nuts and stuff. So is that threading? Please thread. Why is this being such a pain in the butt? So somehow, even with a longer screw, I can't get this to thread. It's not stripped out, is it? I guess I can test it by just trying to... Yeah, I can thread into it here. Drop your heater block a millimeter or two. I can look into that later. Are you talking about happy manufacturing for alignment with the cooling? Like the actual height that the nozzle's at? Is that what you mean? Like, this is designed to kind of register into place super easy. And the screw should be just long enough, but it just doesn't want to start to thread. Oh no, for your screw issue. So, if you guys can see, if I... So, upper heater block a millimeter or two. You're saying push the whole assembly down a little bit like this? Will that then give me the like alignment? Let's try and see. Oh, did I just push it back up? Let's see, how is it? The Hotend shuttle, take a screwdriver. Okay, yeah. So I increased the spacing a little bit. There's more of a gap there now. Did you run into something similar? I don't know. It's like nothing I do is getting this to align correctly. Yep. So I do have a little bit of like over extrusion with my shroud. So perhaps that's causing some alignment issues. So that will move the screw up if I move this down. I don't know, you guys can see me like spinning it and it just won't bite. The screw is designed to be just long enough. Oh, that might have done it. I think I got some purchase. Yeah, there we go. Props to Happy Manufacturing. Always appreciate a little bit of guidance and know-how from somebody that's been through the same issue. And that's kind of the great part about building your printer on stream. You get the advantage of a lot of other people's experience. Takes a village. So the Hodo is really strong, so I tend to like tighten stuff, and then as it starts to turn my hand, just stop. And then take something and hand tighten it just to make sure it's kind of torqued down as much as possible. All right, so that took way longer than I would have liked, but we got her done. Next step, so we want to put our spacers on. So what I had on there before were these little guys. But we can't have that nasty brass looking stuff on here, so I picked up some of these. So these are 20mm spacers, threaded at M3. Maybe not an exact color match, but I think they'll look a little bit better than that brass. Whatever that material is. Kinda. And we need to get the Pico mounted. It's 6s up top and 8s in the bottom. Here's my two, wait. This is a 6. And I'm missing an M6, or M3-6. Team Hodo! You have the base model with no LED, so I just picked mine up like, I don't know, less than a month ago. It's also on its first charge, and it's still going strong. I know Feder has been running his like crazy, and there's no signs of it wearing down. And screw down. While we're at it, so if you guys have just joined, Hodo Wrist Wrecker Club, yeah, this thing has some freaking torque. A little sus, that's fine. But if you guys just joined, one thing I announced is that I'm going to try and get some giveaways going, and I got a bunch of these Voron rulers made up. So they say Voron design. They've got the Raspberry Pi 4 GPIO output on there. They've got trace width guides, threaded metric screw sizes, and then wire gauge sizes on here. So these should be pretty cheap to ship out to people, even internationally, I hope. So I'm going to try to figure out how to set up some giveaways. Might bug Feder about how he's doing his Gleam.io stuff. But yeah, we're going to be giving away some of these because I don't obviously need this many rulers. The Hodo is just available on Amazon. I think it's like a white label Xiaomi kind of thing. So they've got this little pin one, but based on what Feder mentions, it's probably not the best option. Waiting for the stream to catch up. How bad is the delay in the stream for you guys? There we go. Okay. So I think I got. It was one that came in the tube, but I got it for a little bit less expensive than this. I don't have an Amazon affiliate. I can look into it, but I can just pop the link in the chat. So when I picked it up, it was 35 bucks. Oh, you can save 35% with a coupon. So if you apply their coupon, stop moving. No, I don't want to sign in. The whole point of me being, I think this will take it to around 35. I was at 65. 60 times 0.65. It'll take it down to around 40 bucks. Pretty long delay, maybe a minute. So I don't know if I can change that during the stream. Let me see. Customization, live chat replay. I don't have slow mode on. This is not for the kids. Automatic chapters. Recording date, sort by. So I don't have an option to change the delay right now. I think what it was is that I scheduled this stream, and when you schedule a stream, it uses a different template. So it didn't copy over my use the super low latency setting. So that's on me. Sorry about that. I will get that sorted out. So I usually haven't been oh, I have a window blocking the view. How did I do that? Sorry. Got a lot of windows up. But I can copy this. And one thing you can do is check out Feder's stream. And I think he's got an affiliate link to it. So if you want to support him, if you've got OBS, you can change it before stream, but not after. Okay, that's good to know. So yeah, I had been reusing the same kind of stream setup and just changing stuff for quite a bit. And then today I was like, oh, let me schedule the stream so people will know when it's going to start. And of course I messed that up somehow. But I believe this is the one I got. You can go to the Hodo store. Hodo, Home Tools. What is this thing? A camping light? They got... Is that a flame? What is this? Oh, it's a cordless power washer. Why did I think that this was the flamethrower? And how do I open it? See your options. I mean, look at it. Hodo, you need a flamethrower. Bring that to CES next year. But yeah, so far this driver's kicking butt. Let's get back to the build. Oh, I lost my window with the manual in it. Definitely looks like a propane weed burner. That was, I guess, my first thought. I don't know why my mind went there, but it did. Oh, I should have used the link to get back down to the thingamajigger, the tool head. I think now it's just like mounting stuff and getting cable management done. We need a little M3 screw that we dropped. Maybe we can switch back to the overhead. Photo is legit. They're so designy, but yeah, like you look at it and it's like, oh, they're going for some like, I don't know, super up there industrial design, and maybe the product won't be all that good, but it's a surprisingly, well, I guess not surprising for me because I saw how much you talked about it on stream, but even as much as you talked it up, using it, I'm even more impressed. Sure I'm not pinching any wires. And I'm going to throw OBS back onto my other screens that I don't have a delayed. I can't believe I messed that up. And then you've got M3x8 screws, which are the medium-sized boys that go in the bottom. Oh, one thing I wanted to try to sort out while we're here is the ADXL mounts for the for this guy is supposed to be down in the back somewhere. So I wanted to figure that out, and I actually printed something that's supposed to be helpful for that. So let me take this guy off. Like all the ADXL mounts I've seen for the mini stealth runner have been back here on the back and not on the front. So this thing, I think, it's supposed to somehow let you mount an ADXL. I'm just not seeing how it gets aligned or goes on here. Did I print out the right piece? Oh, I think it goes like this, maybe? So that will require some longer screws. And then the ADXL can mount here. One thing you have to be real careful about with the V0 is that you don't have any wires or anything that can impact your sensorless homing. So this uses, instead of end stops, it uses sensorless homing, and it basically moves it all the way out to here. And if you have any wires kind of like protruding anywhere, it'll cause your homing to be off because it basically starts to see when it's like sensing skip steps. And calls that home. So you got to make sure you have your wires tucked really, really well. Let me take a quick look at printables. Let's search for V0.80XL. I think it was this one that I found. This picture's not all that helpful, but yeah, it looks like he's screwing through the 2 screw holes, so they're just passed through. And then so I don't think I have to do that right now. I think I can do that at any time. Or I'll have to take some stuff apart. But I can do it later. Because otherwise, like, all the ADXL mounts I saw mount down here somewhere, but when you have an umbilical, it kind of covers that up. Better, as far as you know, no, there's no way to like pause the stream, change that setting, and then start it back up, is there? That would be kind of dangerous, I suppose. But it is kind of frustrating when you can't, when the delays are long and you can't chat. It's frustrating for me, I imagine it is for you guys too. So I guess we can start plugging all the wires back in. 3250 after coupon, picked one up. Nice. Shell script, a tiny shell script. So we've got our thermistor up here. A part cooling fan right here. This is the Hotend fan. I can't stick my head in there and see. The heater goes all the way across to here. Give him the heater. I think I'm going to eventually replace this heater. I don't like the green wires. It's a 65 watt heater, so I was trying to like make sure I had plenty of headroom. But I want that performance and the looks, if you know what I mean. This guy, I think I tucked the excess back in here, so it's out of the way. This is the part cooling fan, I think. Wow. But I'm liking this umbilical. Makes everything pretty dang easy. And this is the extruder fan. In the extruder, we can reach around, plug him in the bottom, and I think that's all of the things. Right, I think it'd be a gamble stopping it. That would ruin the bots. Sometimes you can kind of like disconnect and come back and it won't split it into 2 bots. Check the LDO mount out. LDO ADXL mount? I thought the LDO had it built into the Pico umbilical. We got a kit. But yeah, I'll look for that mount when I want to finally do input shaping. But yeah, what I was saying is that like when this is homing and it goes kind of all the way back to the back rear, you want to make sure that none of these wires are causing it to bump into anything early or causing too much resistance, or it will throw off your homing. So if you're building a V0, just be careful of that. But now I think we can redo the cable ties. Yeah, $32 for this screwdriver, assuming the battery ends up, you know, lasting quite a while, is a pretty good shout. I need to be an overhead. The cable ties that they have built in are real nice though. They're in like the perfect spot to make sure the wires don't kind of end up causing too much of an issue. I think the delay is the biggest for whatever is right in the comments to the screen. The scrolling chat window in the upper right isn't as bad. Interesting. So this is a plugin called Chat Ninja. And maybe it is, because I've used it in past streams and it hasn't been an issue, but maybe it's having problems keeping up compared to the regular chat. It's a free plugin, so. Where's the second cable management tie down spot? I'm kind of blocking stuff with the super chat thing, the chat engine. So this one fan cable is a little bit longer than it needs to be. Like, what is that, 2 or 3 centimeters? But you can just kind of tuck it away. It doesn't look the neatest, but it won't be in the way. Technically, I think you could probably pass the extruder wire down and back under if you wanted to, but not a huge deal. And eventually this last port on the umbilical we'll probably use for the trinket or the sequence. Cat Ninja might have some settings too. Let me see. Options. Message color, width offset. You can actually customize all the colors and stuff in here. That's kind of nice. If you find that any of those settings better, let me know. I'm not seeing it immediately, but that doesn't mean it's not there. All right, now we need to do the cable management on the other side, and cool head will be done. I'll turn it on and see if I can notice any increased cool. Don't need to be super tight with these. Make sure they're out of the way. And I feel like this is what you get in with Voron, with like as much beta testing as they do and feedback they get like internally from the team, and then they, you know, allow just members of the community to test stuff out. Like having cable ties in these positions is really, really smart. And that obviously, I doubt that they thought of that like immediately. So it makes me feel like, you know, it was kind of because of the testing that they go through, that they have that. Or cable plugged back in. Do I want to resheathe this tonight? Or do I want to work on stuff that's a little bit more functional? I think let's do some stuff that's a little bit more functional. Now I'm just trying to make sure that nothing is causing any kind of interference. And you guys can't see a dang thing. Hey, Renovic! How are the mods going? They're going pretty well. The tool head took me a little bit longer than I would have liked. Because I had problems. But somebody from the chat, I think it was, who was it gave me? Happy Manufacturing gave me the hot tip on how to get the screw aligned. So let's turn the printer on and kick on the part cooling fans, and I'm going to see if I can notice any difference. BTT CD1.local. Apparently it's not booted up yet. You were right, I don't see any other options in chat. It just must be just a setup thing. Yeah, I goofed. All right, so let's kick on. No errors, so everything got plugged in well. Let's find that fan. I feel like one of the fans is kind of rubbing a little bit. Maybe not sitting all that well. Yeah, I feel like the airflow might be a little bit better. I would do a test print to see, but I kind of just want to move on with the mods. We're all learning, it's all good. That's the attitude, I like it. So what's the next thing I had on my little itinerary? The cooling shroud and the legs, and that'll finish off the V0.2r1 mods. So Pi should be shut down by now. Power it off, move the power cable. This USB cable removed, and then we're going to, I guess, set it up like this. So let's see if it's visible to you guys, the fact that you can actually see the reason that they made this change to the legs. So the motor that some kits, including the Formbot kits, the Z motor, actually is 34 millimeters long, which is a little bit longer than some of the other motors that are available. And it basically causes this part of the back panel to not sit flush. So it's actually pushing this back panel up about the width of the panel when it should be sitting a little bit more flush with this skirt. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know how If you can see, like, you can see under it and see the motor a little bit. So what they did was made the feet 2 millimeters longer to help deal with that. So if we replace the feet, hopefully we can get rid of that little kind of protrusion. So let's start with unscrewing the bottom panel. Oh snap, I forgot. I do have an alternative camera now. I haven't tested it out much. It's called the shoulder cam. I don't have chat set up in it, but I can use it to kind of give you guys a better view. So I had an extra webcam that I was using on like my development machine upstairs, but I haven't really needed to use it, so I threw it down here. Let me know if that's kind of a better view. We'll set him off to the side. I need to get this scene that this is in set up such that it's a little bit more visible. Oh, so this 1 foot is going to be a little bit of a problem. It's got like all the AC stuff set up on it. Man, you made flipping that look easy. China is a heavy... Yeah, man. I think when Federer was building his Trident, I was telling him that a lot of people wait until almost the very last thing for their 2.4s and Tridents to put the beds in because they're freaking heavy. But this is just a wee boy. I think this view might be pretty helpful for some specific things. I completely forgot that I had it. One thing I'm not sure about is if the new feet work with the old skirts. Like, where did they add the 2 millimeters? I do not know. We will find out together. Nice, I like that view. Okay. I need to get it fully set up and integrated. I'm kind of always changing how I have OBS working, trying to find the best setup. So I'm gonna have to take these little blue accent boys off. What is holding him in there? Just the skirts. Being skirts. Let's find out if my new foot will fit on here with the old skirts. I don't think they will. I'm gonna have to reprint all the skirts. That kind of sucks. If I loosen this a little bit, so what I'm looking at is trying to get this new taller foot to sit in here with the skirt, and apparently they added 2 millimeters down here to the bottom. So when I put this new foot in, the skirt won't sit flush with it. So that's, I don't know if you can see, there's a 2 millimeter gap being raised there. So that's unfortunate. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. That's probably why people like making the side or top electronic beige, yeah, so they don't have to flip it over. I like the bottom electronics with the inside deck lid reveal. Yeah, those look really good. Skirts, my V2.4 from 2021 still doesn't have any. A quick 2 millimeter spacer. That could be an option. Let's take this one completely off. I mean, reprinting the skirts would allow me to print them with the mesh backing kind of already built into them. So it's not a terrible thing. This Phillips. There's like 3 places that there are Phillips head on this build, and it drives me crazy. I need a precision driver for that. Let's go back to the top B for a little bit, so that chat and everything will be up. So I'm gonna remove these accents. But yeah, the 2mm spacer might be a good shout. To make the skirts work for now, at the very least. And we'll see how they look. That's the bottom of the printer. People won't be looking at them too intensely, but I don't know. So I need to get this screw out. Yeah, I can punch in if I need to. It's a long screw. Get him pressed into there. Put the accent back on. Might be a good spot for the Hodo. Drive these screws into the plastic. I just don't know if I have a Phillips head screwdriver. Have I seen the Irby mod? I have not. So I just search for Irby V0 mod. Upper rear bout inlet. Okay. I hadn't seen the acronym, but I have seen this general mod. So it looks like they have a filament sensor set up with it too. So this is, I was kind of talking about this in the beginning of the stream. So one reason I'm replacing the foot is because I've got this orbiter filament sensor. And so I'm putting it kind of in the same spot that the default filament sensor goes. So it's going to basically sit up against the foot right here. You feed the filament in. It's got an LED, it's got an unload button, and it's got macros set up. So but I was saying down here in the foot for a filament sensor that's smart might not be the best option because it's so far away from the tool head. So maybe putting it kind of further up might be a good idea. Yeah, I had seen that mod. I didn't know what the acronym was for. I have a Phillips head bit for this. I know I have one somewhere. Where are they? Because with this smart filament sensor, you can kind of like push filament into it and it'll sense it and then automatically do stuff like heat up your extruder, and then once the extruder is heated up, it'll automatically like purge filament and stuff like that. And it's got an LED, so you know, just getting them started by hand. So this is a good test of like a very, very small screw going into plastic. And that's on the smallest torque setting. That's on 1 out of 3. So that's better for speed, I guess. But this thing cranks. Get him mounted back down, and then we can see about wrong skirt. What we might be able to do with a spacer here for the time being. What do I have that will work for a spacer? We'll tear it up. Yeah, I bet. I've got this old M3 screw set. You can tell it's old because the heads of the screws are Phillips head. And I already told you guys how much I don't enjoy those. So I could probably use a couple of these washers. As spacers under the skirts for now. Well, this kit is terribly divided. All the spacers are nuts have kind of like worked their way under the dividers. Can you guys see that? If I put just 2 nuts, I don't think they'll be visible, so them being silver isn't a huge deal. Just need to make sure I use the same size in all the spots. That might be close to the right spacing, or I can print out some spacers in the future so I can make one long spacer. Let's see how it looks if I just kind of I am going to IRF. It'll be my 3rd year, and I'm actually going to be volunteering this year. So I talked to Nick and asked if they could use any help with setup and other stuff. So I'll probably get there a day early. I need to book a hotel like now. You know, I'd like to not have to book one all the way out in like Aberdeen. That's not terrible. Anybody else going to Murph? Better. I mean, that's in your state, man. You gotta represent. These 6s aren't long enough anymore. So we need some M3 by 8s, which this kit has plenty of. So anybody's questioning, it definitely wasn't short hardware, and certain hardware it has a lot of extra. Some hardware it doesn't have very much extra. It doesn't have a lot of extra of the M3 by 6s. That's the wrong one, Brian. You got the wrong one. I was singing today. I was singing the Connect 4 theme song earlier. I wonder if I can just thread him in and then use that little slot. Guess I'll have to show up and say hi. Yeah, man. It's a great way to finally meet a lot of community members. I won't have a table or anything set up this year. The 2 previous years I did with like a bunch of sim racing gear and some of the other stuff I was printing, props and stuff, but I don't know, you kind of feel the pressure of having to be at your booth a lot. So that's not too bad looking. Taking another hot recommendation from the chat. So from this angle straight on, you might be able to see it, but I can possibly print some spacers that'll go in there that are exactly 2 millimeters high. And what we can do while we have the skirts off are add our little mesh backings. So maybe I won't have to reprint the whole skirts anyway. But we've got all these mesh backings I printed out. So while we have them off, let's make sure that they will orient correctly. Oh, it's like this. And glue these bad boys down. I just like the way that looks. Just adds a nice little splash of color. So they go together like that. And like that. So you could obviously do a dual color print for these. And they'd be a little bit cleaner, but I just did, since I got these from PIF, didn't have that opportunity. So we got to get our janky glue back out. I could use some acetone, couldn't I? Have you guys done a lot of acetone, like gluing? Let me grab some. Be right back. But I've got some acetone and I've got some cotton swabs, so what I was kind of thinking, I can try it out with one, is if I just get a little bit of acetone on here, kind of sort of paint it onto the back of the part. Maybe be careful where I drip it, I guess. It should start to slurry it up. I'm not sure how much time I have. And then can I place this down on there and get them to bond? I've not done this very much. I know some people use like a slurry, like in prop making and stuff. Yeah, you probably have to have like an actual slurry. Anyone have issues with Camp getting settings getting messed up after an update? You lost your Voron purge config file. I've not used Camp. The most experience I've had with Camp is on your stream, kind of just working through stuff. But if anybody else knows the answer, feel free to chime in. Yeah, I think I'd have to like make a slurry with some like scrap ABS in order to get this to work. Can't just like hold parts together. This technique. Well, maybe a little bit of friction. Oh, so we did start to pick up a little bit of filament that time. This might be working. Just figuring stuff out. This might not be the best in terms of like making sure everything is aligned well, but at the very worst, I can just reprint these parts. I mean, it's on there for now. What do you guys think? Oh. Yeah, you might have just hidden it because like it's showing a bunch of files. You can actually, in main cell, you can turn off showing hidden files and you can expand the file view. So how do I show that? I have to plug it back in. Yeah, I do like the look of the mesh. So if I refresh this page, so I use main cell and not fluid, obviously. So there's a little cog up here, and you can click it and say hide backup files. And that'll get rid of the like 15 like printer config backup files. And then down at the bottom here, you can tell it how many files to show. And you can say all, and it'll just give you a long list if you have them. But I guess that's one thing that Renovic was saying, just try to make sure that it just didn't get hidden or pushed off the front page, I guess. Yeah, so that kind of works out. It's something I wish I had done off stream because I feel like it's going to take a while. But I'm just kind of hitting it, giving it enough friction to make a little bit of a slurry out of the actual part. Then you can put our piece on, make sure it's facing the right direction. Then when that slurry starts to set back up, hopefully it'll stick. Kind of just making this process up. Yeah, Renovic was saying if the file got deleted and you're still kind of referring to it, it should give you an error that says like you're trying to find this file, but it doesn't exist. So I guess what I did last time was get everything mated up well. And then just hit both on the edge, slurry them up, and wow, that works like fast, quick, and in a hurry. It does, you know, discolor the part a little bit, but I'm doing it kind of on a piece where it won't show, so I don't know, I feel like this might be better than using a bunch of super glue and waiting for it to set. Have a good night all. Enjoy the stream. We'll catch up later. And what do you miss tomorrow? At work. There you go. Hopefully keep work fun. It looks like your camp files actually got reset after the update. That is weird. I know Steve and Nero, they kind of don't tend to update their machines all that much. Like basically, they'll look at the release notes they said and see if there's any major changes, but if there's nothing that was like pertinent to them, they won't actually do the updates. And it kind of drives people in the chat a little bit crazy, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, there's an update, you need to do it, but I think that they've ran into issues in the past where it's just caused issues, kind of like what we're talking about now. I'm going to shut down and power off. Oh, that's not completely dried up and set and glued well. So if you're printing your own parts in one skirt, mesh skirts, I'd recommend doing like a dual color change, especially if you already have a AMS or a multicolor machine. But this kind of works in a pinch. I don't know that I'm going to do all of them here tonight. Makes sense. I can see why. I backed it all up before, but the camp folder is locked. Hashtag fun with Klipper. So we're gonna do all the feet tonight, and I will do the mesh bed or the mesh screens off stream. Because I feel like it's not the kind of best viewing experience for you guys. Watching acetone dry. Go. There you go. Yeah, you can maybe see on the it definitely discolors stuff doing it this way, but I mean, I feel like CA glue discolors stuff almost just as much. And it's kind of interesting using like a physical property of the material to glue it. So I'm just going to do, for the rest of the skirts, I'm just going to do the feet. We need more ink 3x8s. And we need more washers. So this is a tip solution anyway. Get in your home. Yes, I need to completely remove this foot. So Feder, if you're still there, what's next after the Trident? I think you talked a little bit on screen about it. But it seems like you got some probably reviews to do. Yeah. Need to disassemble this foot as well. Use the Hodo. Whoops, that's the wrong way. You gotta be careful with the Hodo, it will strip out some screw heads. Maybe we should have done that by hand. And then we need to find the replacement foot for this guy. Where are my feet? I know I printed them all. Order on the table, maybe. No. The bathroom. We're not going to do any more of the skirts tonight, so I'm going to put the, what do you call it? The mesh tonight, so I'm just going to put the acetone away, and I'll end up stripping anything I don't intend to. I'm going to tackle the SV06 first, but I have a bunch of little fun machines to review. And I want to tame this Trident and get comfortable with it and make a good video on it as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, like, the Trident seems like it's a solid build. It's just down to getting the settings tuned in. Trying to match up the feet now. Replacement foot. Not sure if this shows how. Like, it's literally, it's 2 millimeters. But I didn't put the heat set inserts into these feet. I'm a dummy. Get the soldering iron, heat it back up, and take this guy off. Take it off this way. So most of these need 1 or 2 heat set inserts. Yeah, this needs the 1. Yeah, having things click and clipper is super fun. Click and clipper. Got one with that. So you know what's interesting and kind of funny? When it comes to Marlin, like obviously it's kind of a pain because you have to compile stuff, and especially if you're not from kind of a background where you have to do that stuff, it can be intimidating and time consuming and a little bit frustrating. I studied computer engineering in school, so like I've taken classes on how to write a compiler. That stuff is, I get it, but I don't like compiling firmware from Marlin. I love the work that Scott and any and everybody else who's worked on Marlin do, but I've just found it maybe not a barrier to entry, but it's just like maybe not want to play with it as much, if that makes sense. Like I don't want to try out a feature you have to completely recompile, so it's a little bit of a I don't know, it's something that makes Klipper seem very approachable and kind of fun. But I mean, Marlin has gotten 3D printing to where it is today. Like without Marlin and RepRap, we wouldn't be here doing this kind of stuff. So no disrespect to Marlin whatsoever. But I was thinking about that the other day. I have to compile Marlin with a bunch of upgrades for Ender 3 V2. It's so much more inconvenient than Klipper. Right? If it was way more easier to set it and forget it. I'm upgrading a school printer with dual Z, Clicky Pro, screen firmware, and it takes a lot of time and just than just adding a new Klipper macro. Yeah, I was kind of very slow to getting on board with Klipper because, like, the fact that it required a Raspberry Pi, like, I got the, why it was kind of good and cool immediately. Oh, you're offloading, especially with all the 8-bit boards, offloading a lot of that processing power to a Raspberry Pi seems good, but it seemed like a lot to do back then. But, like, yeah, once you kind of get it installed, and maybe it was a little bit more kind of difficult to work with back then, but nowadays just like Mainsail and the way everything is kind of like so easy to run. I shut down already. Let me unplug. So now is where things are going to get a little bit more difficult with this AC inlet, but it screws down to like a few different spots, right? Yeah, there's 200 here. Okay, so we're not going to be able to get the AC inlet out without unhooking some of these wires, I don't think. Make sure our PSU is discharged, the green light is off. This guy automatically popped out. So let's see, this is the PE Earth. And these terminals, like, they are not easy to get off. Brown on the bottom, blue on the top. And then there's 4 little things in here that you can presumably just click in. And push out. The AC inlet. That wasn't too bad. You just have to make sure you don't accidentally undo it. You gotta hold what you got. That's what my uncle would say as I helped him fix a car. Hold what you got, nephew. It's a little finicky to get out. There we go. That's definitely a good thing. You definitely don't want these terminals coming loose. And you know, most people aren't changing this very often at all, so. I need to get the heat set inserts into this one to make it match up. We need 1 on the bottom, 1 on the top. 1 on the side. No, just 1 on the side and 1 on the top. We get that done? Where are the rest of my heat set inserts? My ability to move stuff in a small room is astounding, honestly. Did I bring it back over here? All right, so let's go back to the shoulder again. So we got this guy out. We need to get to the AC inlet put back in. Trying to remember the orientation. I think it was like this. Then we need to get these guys unscrewed. The little accent screws. Started by hand. Let Hodo finish. Better needs to find the Hodo people and let them know that he's been singing their praises and moving products. The man needs to be an ambassador for Home Tool. All right, what did we say? Nope, I put it in upside down. But I guess it doesn't matter that much. We said blue on top. Yeah, they go right next to their corresponding color. Once you have these little jumper ones in, it's pretty hard to kind of mess it up, if that makes sense. The earth ground is kind of the only special one. Everything passes the pull test. And this guy has 2 screws. Playing Hodo. It does sound wrong. So I did start printing a Nevermore filter. The new one, the V6, but the one that's meant for the V0. So that was one thing I've been waiting on in order to kind of get started printing ABS, was I wanted to have that Nevermore so I can kind of print in the house and not get any ABS funk anywhere. Or hopefully just keep it down to a minimum. Keep the VOCs out of the air. What is that? Volatile organic compounds? Why are you not wanting to thread and start? Screw. Are you not aligned right? But he's not aligned right. Why aren't you aligned right? Let me loosen all the skirts on this side. I think that might be causing some alignment issues. Yeah, that was it. The screw still doesn't want to get started. The alignment's so different. Maybe I moved it when I was doing stuff. So the way things are going to work with the filament sensor is this is now going to kind of come into here, and it really just needs to barely stick out the other side. This actually might be easier if I take this guy out. You guys can't see it anyway. Whoa, stuff is falling off the desk. Nope, that's not it. So this is very thin-walled PTFE, and it's very hard to kind of push through anything that's a little bit tight. Very, very hard. But one thing I do have up here is a reamer. Once it just fell off the table, I heard a tink on the floor. Any recommendations for filter medium? All the 3D printing kind of shops seem to sell stuff that is supposed to be specifically for 3D printer stuff. So I just picked up some from EFH? No. The FH that's medium or that FM. I think I can search for, yeah, this stuff. So there's like this stuff that's actually branded Nevermore, and I guess it's by the guy who kind of designed Nevermore, maybe. But a few different places sell it. I've heard that people say that you shouldn't get any of the stuff from kind of like just on Amazon, because it doesn't really pull the VOCs out. Like it mostly just kind of removes smell and stuff. So this is what I just bought, and I can let you know how it works out. There was some stuff on Aliexpress too, but I haven't heard much about it. Where did I do with the reamer? Oh, it's back here. Okay, cool. We'll check it out. So, I mean, this is definitely 4 millimeters wide. But, yeah, this thin-walled PTFE still has trouble kind of pushing through. Pulling through works actually a whole lot better. So I am going to need to cut this way shorter so that we can get this filament. And I need to reprint this because it's actually delaminated a little bit, or not a little bit, a lot, but it'll kind of work for now. But this only needs to be like 2 millimeters long. Let me pull it tighter than it needs to be. Cut it down here. Stick it on how it's gonna go, which is like this. It's gonna go like so. And push it back through. And then I can tighten it down on the side. That's how it's going to work. It protrudes a little bit, but there's a little button here, and you feed the filament in through here, and it's got LEDs, so it's better, obviously, right? These skirts, I don't think we need to worry about any spacers because it just kind of floats kind of freely. But I'll get this reprinted tonight and get it nice and set up, and hopefully get the macros all loaded up and show you guys some of the cool functionality that it offers. I think it's cool. It kind of reminds me of like the Prusa filament loading. Like it'll automatically kind of detect when you put filament in there and start to heat up, and then automatically purge a bunch of the filament, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure if that's common amongst other printers or not, but I don't think I have a single printer other than the Prusa that's had a filament sensor on it like stock. And it's like awesome as Voron's are. Oh, that just fell down. You know, the fact that they're such fallen kind of crazy printers but don't have filament sensors in them up until now with the R1 has been something that a few people have called out. Like I think Stephanie from CNC Kitchen mentioned it seems kind of weird that this is like got every bell and whistle. It's very expensive, yet it doesn't have a filament sensor. And so, you know, maybe they're starting to see that critique and trying to fix it. I'm just dropping all the tools. And the crazy thing is I have spots for a bunch of them. Like the LTT screwdriver, I have a spot for it. I just don't put stuff back. File, I have a spot for it. I need to get better at that. I have a spot for everything and put everything in its spot. But for Pico driver, I have a spot for it. I need spacers. Sweet, appreciate it. No problem. 1, 2, 3, 4. With these skirts, and then we have one more foot left, I think. Space up. So I do like the fact that there's enough hardware in this kit that I can do the whole build and then start to do mods. I have to go to sleep now, but great stream so far. Have a good night, Renovik. Get those school printers up to date. And I'll see you in the next stream. Yeah, I really like the splash of color that the mesh skirts kind of offer. I think any other Vorons I do, I'm definitely going to kind of try to do those from the start. I guess it's something you don't have to worry about, Feder. Because you get the black on black on black. The murdered out printer. Come out, please. But out. All right, last foot replacement. There's a name in there somewhere. Yeah, I kind of need to think of a name for this. Can't do anything basic like blue. Well, that's what I'm calling it in main cell right now, like V0.2 blue, but need something with some personality and character. Murdered out. Oh, Murdered Inc. Ja Rule, Murdered Inc. Yeah, by the time you do a video, you're gonna have to have a name for it. That'll kind of set the tone for the video, I feel. It kind of give you something to play off when you're talking about it. Yeah, man, sometimes I can be looking at a screwdriver and still looking for it. Yeah, baby. What have you? Something with crows, Nevermore. Raven. Maryland, a little Maryland team with the Raven. Just all of the freaking Edgar Allan Poe references. Maryland leans hard into that. Or Baltimore. Hello, Kali. Like the stream layout, how you can see everything. Thank you very much. I've been working on it. Honestly, stolen a couple elements from 3D Print SOS. He's got a really cool stream set up. Are you building a Voron or looking to, Kali? All right, so this will be the last foot. We got to get the little accent piece taken off. Get its replacement foot found and put the threaded insert in it. It only needs one threaded insert. Where to put the Hodo? Such a beefy, chonky, solid fill-in tool. All right, last one. You got to put one more heat set insert into the top. V2.4 done and halfway through V0. It's up to yours and now 3D print SLS. Nice. Thank you for the sub. I did set up notifications for the stream. One popped up earlier. But I'm trying to improve the stream a little bit every day, or every stream, basically. I think I finally have a decent audio setup. It seems like the feedback has been good today. I guess feedback is a bad term to use when describing audio, but nothing for me, although UK here. So wait, are you in the UK? Is it morning there? And also, what V0 kit? Just a touch too loud. I can turn down the mic a little bit. Let me know how that sounds. Let me know if the music is too loud as well. All right, so this is the last foot, and we just need to space out all these skirts in the front. So let me loosen all of these up. And then we'll have all the V0.2r1 things done. $5 a.m. You work at 6. Okay. And you have an LDO kit. So I was just watching and talking with Christian from Living Room Workshop. He's been building a V0.2 kit, and he's been running into some issues with his Z nut coupler. Basically, it got completely stripped out. So if you have an LDO kit, that's something to be on the lookout for. No music, fine voice, a bit peaky on headphones. Good to know. I can turn the music up a little bit. But yeah, he's had quite a bit of trouble with the motor mounts and like nut coupler. And apparently it's something that's pretty well documented on the Discord, so. I do have the gain kind of up a little high because I'm still using some settings from my old mic. But thank you for the feedback. Oh, no music was fine. Okay. I'll try to put it at like half. What I need to do, I think, is get a set of headphones. Voice a little lower. How was that? Why would it strip? I'm not sure. Apparently it has something to do with the aggressiveness of the Teflon coated lead screw. It's very weird. Definitely go in the V0 questions forum and the LDO channel and just, you know, do a little bit of a search. Can I come out this way and still get it plugged in here? That screw just went inside of the freaking PSU. I need something magnetized. I've got some magnets over here. Yeah, that's a little better. So yeah, definitely check it out. He had to basically completely take apart his Z-axis and replace the coupler. And I think he said LDO is talking about possibly sending out new Z motors to people who are having troubles with it. So maybe it's not everybody, you know, maybe it's a specific batch. But if you're in the process of building, you know, LDO has probably some of the best support of any of the kit manufacturers. But I just figured I'd let you know since you're building one. And if you can do anything to prevent it or kind of like short circuit it so it doesn't happen to you, that would be good. You seen this post? He definitely said numerous other people have experienced similar, so it doesn't seem like it's just him. But Jason and everybody from LDO are pretty awesome from what I've heard. And I'm sure they'll take care of everybody. Hey Chris. Speaking of the devil, and he shall appear. There's more info in the V0 channel and Discord. It seems to be one faulty batch that they're not sure. Yeah, okay, gotcha. So another mod I'm looking to do is replacing these little inserts with this, which is a rainbow barf LED. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 8 individual neopixels in there, and then so it's got like a little holder. Then you can put this guy in there and then stick him through the front of the skirt. I guess it's keyed, it only goes in one way. If it fits through. My tolerances might not have been good enough. Yeah, I might need to do a little bit of filing, but those should poke through here. Wait, are those? Oh, I was doing it the wrong side. I'm so dumb. There we go. But I'll need to solder up these data in and data outs. So I'll wait on that for a little while later. So far it's been a little bit slower than I expected. I've installed the new cooling shroud, got the tool head all together, I've replaced the little brass standoffs with blue ones, and we've just done the skirts. I started to do mesh on all the skirts. Also have a new camera angle. So I started to glue this little meshing on some of the skirts, but decided that's kind of boring to watch on stream. I did mount the orbiter filament sensor. So I need to reprint this part though. It's absolutely delaminated. I don't think I printed it hot enough. So I need to reprint that. But you just need to put in 2 more spacers. So I reprinted all the feet, Chris, because my motor is one of the ones that are tall and causes the need for the 2mm tall feet. But apparently where they put the space, where they put the 2mm, causes the skirts to not line up correctly. So I've had to take some washers and spacers and kind of rig it up for now, but I'm eventually going to probably just reprint the skirts and reprint them with like colors already on them. But I do like the look of the mesh skirts. I'll show you in a second. Yeah, I think we're gonna have RGB just about everywhere. Better. Maybe I'll get some of those RGB side panels. All right, once we get these skirts and the front display back on, I think we are done with that, and we can move on to the Klipper Expander, which will be very necessary for getting all the RGB LEDs working, and things like extra thermistors and getting some extra I/O ports. Because unfortunately, the Pico, what is it called? It's gonna be long enough. The SKR Pico, I don't think it's going to be. It doesn't have enough I/O on it, basically. That's one good thing about the LDO kit. It having the Pico Umbilical means that you get some of that extra I/O capabilities. So. Definitely pluses and minuses to all the different kits. LDO is considered the gold standard, but it kind of goes to show you the problems that they're having with the lead screws. Like, nobody's perfect. I think they've done the best job in terms of like supporting the community and working with Voron. And Jason is awesome, and they make great products. But like when you're sourcing stuff like this for kits, it's just so hard. I think about how hard it is to self-source one kit and then try to do it for batches of like hundreds or thousands. But again, LDO are pretty dang awesome, and I know that they'll take care of everybody. See you later, Collie. I'll take a pic of my motor and see which one you got. Just a heads up, camp yesterday was overhauled, so that explained why I have some weird stuff going on. So you were right about it. Well, not just blindly updating. Yeah, another thing that people ran into was if you have a camera there was like a crow's nest update that caused everybody's cameras to stop working. So like after the update, you had to go in and make a change to like get it running on the right version that aligned with Klipper. So, or maybe it was a Klipper update that caused Camp to stop working. I forget exactly, but yeah, updating can be a little kind of finicky. It's sort of at your own risk, I guess. Maybe that's not the best term, but. Okay, let's get this foot on and we will be done with that stuff. All right, so I guess while we have the bottom panel off, the way LDO handled this is A+, though. They proactively reached out to you after you reported the issue in the Discord channel. That is exactly what I hear about their customer service and about Jason and just everything about them. It seems like they're very proactive and have the best support of any kits available. So it's why they're kind of referred to and thought of as having the best kits, from what I can tell. So we need to figure out now where the best spot for the Klipper Expander is going to be. I kind of thought about somewhere down here because it would be out of the way, but then that would mean that all the cable runs to get it anywhere that would be useful would be very long. I stopped doing updates. First update I installed caused your MCU to no longer be recognized. 2 hours work, yeah. I am on Discord. I'm in the 3D Print SOS channel. I'm in Steve Build's channel. I'm in Modbot's channel. I am Sergeant Ballistic on there. I'm not sure if you were asking about me or Chris, but so what do you guys think? Where will be the best place to mount this Klipper Expander? If you guys aren't familiar with the Klipper Expander, you can get them on DFH, Fabrico, Aliexpress. I'm sure somebody's got them available, but it basically expands your Klipper capabilities. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4 MOSFET controlled outputs. So you get one V in here that is going to be 24. I think it even supports 48 volts, and then it will split that out to be controlled by pins here. We have 2 thermistor ports. It uses USB micro. We've got like a NeoPixel out here, another output pin. We've got a SPI, or it's either SPI or UART, I think, right here. So a bunch of extra capabilities if you happen to have a board like mine that doesn't have a lot of I/O. But we need to mount it somewhere. So, Chris, what I have for LEDs, I've got both the just matchstick. So these are daylight on a matchstick, which are just 24 volt, very, very bright white LEDs. And they come in like 2 different temperatures, I think. And I've got the RGB matchsticks. So those will go in, obviously, inside of the printer housing. Or a chamber. Basically, if I slide this guy in here, this mod is made by Maple Leaf makers. They've got some pretty good stuff. And then there are 3D printed diffusers that I have misplaced. No surprise there. But my top hat always kind of gets a little stuck. But yeah, we put the new cowling on. I didn't put the sequins in because I got some RGB ones coming. I used that link that you sent me, but we did replace these two little standoffs with blue ones. So I do kind of maybe want to replace this heater cartridge with one that has leads that aren't a bright green, just because they're a little bit of an eyesore. But that's what we've done so far. And I do have some replacement sleeving, but I feel like I'm going to do the off stream because it would be kind of boring to watch me re-sleeve cables. But we still need to decide where we want to put the Klipper Expander. Up here are the diffusers. I'm like all over the place, hopping between. So the diffusers slide in. I think it's pretty similar to the mounts that you used. But I think I 3D printed some of these guys. I guess we can get these all prepped up. Already wanted to claim that there's no RGB when you showed the daylight ones first. I ordered a pair of each because I want to do some kind of cool time lapses. So I was thinking maybe just having super bright LEDs might be a good option for getting the most kind of brightness inside the case or the chamber. But then I thought about it and ordered some RGB ones too. I actually do have some extra of these, so if you ever end up building a V0 fetter, let me know and I'll have some extra little mods and bonuses. But the Klipper Expander board is kind of cool because you can use it on any, you know, like I think it was kind of designed by Timmit to specifically work with V0s, and the fact that a lot of their boards don't have a lot of I/O, but you can use it to expand any board. So we will need to solder on a JST connector here, I assume, but these just I think they just snap fit in. Yeah, that's pretty convenient. So these will go under here. If they face this way, so the connector would come out the back. This one would have to go on this side, actually. And that snaps in there pretty easy. Really going now. Don't be late for work, man. See you, Collie. Thanks for hopping on the stream. Colton, good evening. Or morning, I guess, depending on where you are. Oh, I did add this. Let me switch to a view that has it. I could pop up some YouTube things. Like, subscribe, follow me on all the channels, leave a cheeky little like if you care to. I need to get better at that stuff, so I added some stuff to the stream to call it out. But yeah, let's put together this other strip. So this is a really good mod in mounts for the matchsticks by Maple Leaf Makers, and we need to make sure that we put the mounts on in the right direction. These are kind of nice. I have a lot of these. They are pre-crimped JST XH wires. You can buy them on like Aliexpress in a bunch of different lengths. So I tend to order them kind of long, and then you can cut them in half and you have essentially 2 pre-crimped wires if you get the double-sided ones. So I think these might be single-sided, but they're a good shout if you don't like crimping wire. Where are the rest of the little mounty boys? Again, let's put some tools back where they belong. Chris, I did also change my audio setup, so hopefully that sounds better and it doesn't cut in and out as much. But I got a new mic. It's like an Audio-Technica shotgun mic. So it has a wider pickup pattern, and yeah, hopefully it sounds better. Well, I found one of the little mounts and it just flew under the table. Why are you off screen? Get back up there. Yeah, there we go. Also have to head out. We'll check the rest of the stream later. See you, Chris. Enjoy your day, your morning. Thanks for stopping in. So if this guy's going to be mounted like this, then these need to face up this way. And like almost half of the other things in Voron builds, they require M3 by 6 or 8 inch, or millimeter inch, gosh. Maybe I shouldn't do this before I solder in the connectors, but I kind of want to get stuff like dry fitted so that I can see how they're going to mount. If that makes sense. So these little mounts have some heat set inserts inside of them. They mount to the back here. You can then put your diffuser. So I printed this at 0.15 millimeter layer height. I didn't use 100% infill. There's some stuff people do where they print like really thin layer heights, solid infill, and you can get super clear. But I want it to be sort of diffuse, so you can actually put these in the wrong way. So I've got some infill in there, and hopefully that'll like break it up so it looks a little bit more like a bar. Then this will go in, and if I go back to the shoulder view, you can kind of see how you just put it up there and snap it in. Got a little bit of room to move it forward and back, but I think those are the nicest mounts that I found online for these matchstick style LED lights. So hopefully that'll still leave me enough room. So the Nevermore, I think, will mount like this, and then the top of it will be up here, and it sucks in air through here and then blows it out the top, so it gets kind of up into the top hat. So hopefully I have enough room for both the LEDs and that. All right, so we've done the legs, the cooling shroud. standoffs, and now we're doing Klipper Expander and mounting the LEDs. So the LEDs are mounted. I need to kind of finish actually getting them prepared to be used with like wires, but I need to see how they're going to be routed. So where do we want to put the Klipper Expander? I already mentioned one possible spot is on the bottom, but that would mean that we would have to run any cables we need very, very far, or wires we need quite far. The other option is kind of obviously somewhere inside of the back panel. But where would we have room is the big question. Here it is. I've got a bunch of different style mounts for it. So you can mount it kind of 90 degrees like this into the extrusion. So maybe if I move the Pi over, it can be mounted like this. So if I take the Pi out and let's pretend that it was like super, super close to this cable channel over here, you could put the Klipper Expander basically. I guess it would be good to have these facing up so that you can have access to them. But this guy could be right here. That seems reasonable. This mount will mount it like that, I think. Right here. Is it supposed to hang off of it like this? No, I think it's supposed to be like this. I don't know, we can mount it smack dab in the middle here on top of this cable management track. And I think we'd still be able to get the cable management track on and off, but the bottom tube would be right there. That'd be a little annoying. And it would honestly ugly it up a little bit. You guys see any other options I'm not thinking about? This side is like a lot busier with all the cables for the Pico. Like kind of in the top with the bottom, possibly. There's a lot of wires there. I'm kind of leaning towards something like this. And then moving this Pi as far over as possible. Let's kind of move forward doing it that way. Wonder if I can use some of those snap-in mounts. I've got some extra. These actually snap into the 1515 pretty well, but you can get them out. So I wonder if I can do something like this. Let's try it. With overhead. So what I'm thinking about is taking some M3 screws. So these are some of the matchstick mounts. And I think Timmit came up with these. I the offset might not be good enough. But I can maybe drill out the holes and make it work, or remix it. Then once we have the Klipper Expander mounted, we can kind of make some final decisions about the RGB and start getting all that stuff prepared. So if I turn this way, can I still pop these guys in? I don't think they're getting, well, that's actually pretty good. Obviously this wouldn't work, it would need to be underneath like so. Okay, to get this tightened down some. And I also have these angled ones that would angle it up and out a little bit of a canter, which might make it easier to access stuff. Canter, is that the right term? Canted. Yeah, let's try that. I think that's not a bad shout. So I think the Klipper Expander just needs a couple more M3 by 6 screws. And I'll probably just throw it straight into the plastic. That's threaded in. I need one more in 3 by 6. And I think I am out, aside from any that have fallen on the floor and rolled through the fall. Here's one actually. So I say I definitely wasn't short of M3 by 6 screws. There was enough and there was some left over. And I've actually started to use those leftovers for like mounting mods and doing stuff that aren't kind of necessary. So there's definitely enough of them. But I will say that I probably did lose at least 3 or 4. They just fell off the table, scooted across the room, and ended up in Narnia, and I didn't feel like tracking them down. So fairly pleased with the amount of hardware that's come with the Formbot kit. So we would need a very, very short USB cable, which I do have some very short ones, but they're not this very short. So if I get him that's not bad. There's just barely enough room, I think, for cables to come out of these terminals and turn around and, you know, go to wherever they need to go. I can kind of just pop them out to do any wiring I need to do. So I'll need to leave enough like serviceable wire that I can kind of pull it out. But there's a chamber thermistor in here. That's one of the first things I wanted to use. Do I have a short 2-to-2 ASD connector? I do not. Got these wires. So this was the wire that came from Formbot that goes from here and powers the Victory Tech Pi, and the only way to route it was just like loose like this, and I didn't like that, so I made a replacement and just made it longer so I could kind of hide the cable a little bit. But yeah, we're going to once again, I think this is about the third time I've taken this off. Take off this DIN cleat and put them back on the back of this guy. And we need to get enough slack from these USB cables to move them. So I'll just want to have him like basically as far over towards the cable management channel as possible. I'll peel up this EHV tape. This stuff actually peels up fairly easily. Some more EHV tape. And apply it to our cleat. Excess. Nice and press down on there. Then find the hobby knife. That is the hobby knife. Peel up the backing. What time are we at? 1. Almost 1. Right. Then back on here. I put it on the wrong side. Chat, how did you let me do that? You big dummy. All right, let's put it on the correct side this time. Still have some of the excess. We'll stick that over here. I might find a use for it later. But I'm pretty happy with how we found a way to mount the Klipper expander. I honestly hadn't really thought that out. It just kind of came to me. There was a guy who made a this little rear, made a remix of this rear skirt that can fit the Klipper expander inside of it, but it kind of exposed everything outside of the printer, and I didn't really like that. Because we're all faking it till we make it. Yep. The first peel, I got it off pretty easy. There we go. All right, I'm gonna take this knife, put it back exactly where I found it. Where did I find it? I think it was in this thing. Tool goes back where it belongs. This little guy too, put him back. What a novel concept, right? Putting tools back where they belong. All right, so now we're gonna clip this in and put him in this final position. It needs to be kind of up so that these USB cables don't bump into the fan. I think it puts it right over this screw. Screw the screw. You know what would be a better design for this den rail thing is if you screwed it in from this side so that you could adjust it. If I want to adjust how this den rail sits, I'm gonna have to remove the pie from this thing. That's a little frustrating. Yeah, if I want to put this exactly where I want it / need it right now, it's going to go right down on top of that screw. I go just on top of it. I think we're gonna have to do the thing I said I don't want to do. Luckily we got the Hodo. Somebody mentioned that they liked the stream setup and that you could see everything. I'm really glad to hear that, because that was definitely something I've thought about, and it's always nice to hear somebody like acknowledge something that you put effort into. Feels good, man. I mean, this isn't the most original layout ever or anything like that. Like several other people have used, many hundreds, thousands of other streamers have used a setup very much like this, but still feels good. One thing I noticed is I'm not using like almost anything on this BTT Pi. It's got some cool stuff. I really like how the GPIO is color coded on it. I'm not sure if you can see that. Let's get this up without wrecking anything. All the GPIO pins, they have like green if they're just regular IO, yellow is 3.3 volts, black is ground, and then there's some red ones. That's really nice to, you know, kind of A, where you are. It helps you like count the number of things, and then B, it makes it so you don't mistake anything and fry out your Pi. It can get powered by 5 volts USB-C or 24 to like 12 to 24 volts up here. So technically I didn't even need to use this. I could power it straight from the PSU, but this is kind of like an easy way to do it. It's got USB to CAN with like an extra connector. It's got a whole bunch of stuff on it, and I'm not like even barely tapping into it. But what do we want to do when this is mounted here? So what y'all want to do? I either want this input, I need to move it up. So that's the only option I have, is to move it as high as possible. But are you working on stuff right now? Definitely not my best quality 3D print. If you are looking to use a BTT Pi, you have to print out a special mount for it. I guess you don't. You can have a standard Pi mount and only use 3 of the holes, but it's got a slightly different footprint in terms of the screws. Uh-oh, a little drop. Trying to get my config back. This update was a bad idea. Damn. That is rough. The gift and the curse of Klipper. It allows you to do so many things. And it can do so many things. And one of those things it can do is get messed up by hitting a button that should be like absolutely the most reliable button. Oh, smart computer, user, install an update. That's what they say we're supposed to do, and it jacks stuff up. It's kind of like one of the things that's like, why I think they're having a hard time with consumer printers running Klipper is because there is an easy capability for doing something that will really jack up the machine. Ow. So the screws are long and they will go through and stab you. Learn from my blood and not yours. I will cut you. Oh, so I'm not sure if you know much about GitHub better, but there is a way to set up a script that will either automatically on a schedule, or whenever you hit a button, it will back up your config to GitHub. And then even if you have to completely re-image the Pi, you can get that config back down really easily. I kind of want to make a video about it because it seems like, especially when stuff like this is happening and can go wrong, it would be very valuable for most people to have that set up. All right, so yeah, that is now above the screw. Screw that was screwing me up. We give it a little bit of space between the motor up top and the cable management track. Try to mount it as squarely as I can do. Top it off, press it down by hand. Yeah, I've had real bad problems with Raspberry Pis and or their SD cards just giving out on me. So backing up is something I've really been interested in. I have some knowledge. That's sick. Do a video? Yeah, I'll definitely do one because it just takes a lot of stress off of you, like manually backing stuff up, downloading files, saving it to a folder, overwriting stuff. That's for the birds that use version control. Yeah, if you do like design for web, I'm sure you probably kind of at least heard about it or interacted with the developer who's using it. I mean, you also presumably pulled down like manuals and files from it as well. But that is a little bit different than actually running the commands to do commits and stuff. But the script basically does everything for you. So now that is set up, we have enough space to get our Klipper expander down here. It's a little tight, but I can always take out the Pi whenever I need to. Kind of get to this, and then that will pop in just like that. I like these little kind of pop-in boys. I think that's kind of better than hard mounting it with nuts in a lot of cases. Because like, there would be no way to screw it in. You could mount it to the back right here, but I don't know. I think this is a pretty good solution. So now we can start thinking about all the stuff that we want to do in terms of LEDs and upgrades. So we've got 2 neopixel bars here. We're going to have neopixels in the print head. We're probably going to have neopixels all the way up front here. We need to get 24 volts from the power supply up into the Klipper Expander. So let's figure that out. I can just flip this boy upside down real quick. Then there's no screws to scratch up the polycarbonate. With that. Yeah, there would have been a lot of room down here for the expander, but then I think it would have been harder to just get all the cables where I needed. I'd rather keep the cable run shorter and kind of move the Klipper Pi where it needs to be. But if I take this guy off, we have .24 volts up here. I can also possibly set up a Wago somewhere in here to split out 24 volts that's already going to the bed. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick because it's been about 3 hours. Be right back. That is something I keep forgetting to do, a B-Ray back screen. I need to make one of those so that I can pop over to it whenever necessary. So we need to get 24 volts up to this guy. So we'll need some circle terminals down here. I've got a pre 24 volt plus and minus. Wires long enough to route through here up to this side, and then long enough to get to this guy with a little bit of excess cable so that I can kind of pull it up. I do have some, I got a lot of different types of wire. This is nicer PETG wire, which I kind of wanted to save for my ender wire conversion build because this stuff can go inside of cable chains pretty easily. This is like what Voron recommends for running inside of cable chains. It's like FEP and or P. I don't know if it's PETG or PET, but it doesn't wear away as much. So I'm kind of hesitant to use it for just regular cable runs. Oh my God. Give me what you got. wire down here. So I've got a bunch of spools of monoprice sleeved 2-core wire, and I think it should be thick enough to handle. This is 18 gauge. It's not a heater, so that might be okay. Let's kind of start out with this. So we need to get it split open. I'll split you up the middle. What is that? Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Anybody ever watch that? With Meatwad and Boxy Brown? Very, very random reference. Can I use wire strippers to... Let's peel away, please. Don't like this sheathing very much, I have to say. Alright, I think 18 gauge wire should be enough. And then we need some thermal head. Then later on, we'll need some ferrules. So which ones are best for it? Oh, they're in millimeters, not gauge wire. Need to make sure that they will fit in our PSU. Kind of tight quarters down here, but these will fit. Let's see how much we need to strip off the wires, like 3 or 4 millimeters. Got to strip it. These cable strippers are kind of nice because you can preset a length. I think one of those terminals just hit the ground. So it's actually got millimeter markings on the side of it. And then they're, of course, automatic, so they just strip away the wires. I did computer and electrical engineering in college, and we had to do a whole bunch of like breadboard projects with just thousands of wires that we had to strip, just like breadboard wires everywhere. And the first semester I got into school, I didn't have one of these, and like I was like cutting my fingers up using like wire strippers and blades and stuff, and then finally I got one of these. I've actually got a couple different pairs of them too. That's a good solid Crimped. Where'd the other connector go? To Narnia? Right, here it is. We'll put these away for now. Get some slack fold pluses on the top. We're of course completely unplugged and powered off. I don't have to worry about shorting anything at the moment. That guy tighten down. This is a good time for the shoulder cam. I need to get like a fiber guy. Shoulder cam. Every time I switch views, it plays an obnoxious overhead cam. The Halo announcer. Emma Manchara. I'm just dating myself all over the place tonight, aren't I? Alright, so let's see what this is going to be like to route. We come in here. Up through here. Out here. And up to here. So let's put it a little bit long. Screwdrivers just following me off the table. Alright, out of here. My camp setup broken. I'm too tired to take it further. Later, man. I'll catch you later. Have a good night, Better. Hopefully we can get you set back up with camp and get you back to normal. And before I get that video done, I can like try to help you get some of that set up for what do you call it? Backing up your config. So hopefully stuff like this won't be as painful. Yeah, this sheathing is very, very stiff. It's not very rubbery. That's when I get these kind of pushed through the fingers. Come on. One. There's two. And he'll come up, out through there, eventually up here. I'm just gonna get him in there. I didn't realize that I didn't have this one actually VHB down to the ground or to the panel. Whoopsie. We'll see if we can remember to do it tonight. But honestly, it was not really hurting anything, that being. Stay. I need an adult. That's halfway decent. Can I get this guy put back on now? Get this guy put back on now. Let me do a little pull test on these. We've got B- on the black, B+ on the red. Cover those terminals back up, and then we can flip it back to the front. Put the wire stripper away for now. Sorry, put the wire stripper away. And yeah, this guy's nice and broken now. Pull him off. Whenever you're setting it on the front, you gotta remember that that knob is over there on the front, so set it on something. So this needs to come up and hopefully be somewhat hidden, probably by the Pi. I guess I could have it come up here into the cable track and then come all the way over, but that just seems unnecessary. So do I want it to come up under here and just pop out? Do I need to cut it shorter? Or do I want to do what I just said was probably unnecessary and run it through the sheathing or the cable tray, and then it's already as long as it needs to be, basically. I think we cut it pop them out, figure out how long it needs to be to kind of actually let's just do it at this length for now. I'm gonna cut this little heating string. Strong as hell. Then we need to strip it back. Do I want to use ferrules for this? I should. Will I be able to find the ferrules in a reasonable amount of time? An assortment of ferrules. This is 18 gauge wire, so we need 2 of these boys. I wish they had the same gauge in multiple different colors. So I could match the black and white. We need about 6 to 7 millimeters, approximately 6.66 repeating millimeters. What was that? The Leroy Jenkins video? What are our chances of surviving here? 33.33. Repeating, of course. I've used a ferrule already. Jeez Louise, Brian. There we go. It is. Crimper. Ah! My keyboard. All right, so we will now have 24 volts to our Klipper Expander. Flathead screwdriver. So I think this is long, but I'm just going to leave it long for now. We can figure out how we want to route the cables. Later, or more later. Lately, I've been really preferring to use ferrules in any kind of screw terminal. And you're probably going to have to bend those wires a little bit. Right after the ferrules. I think it'll work. Just very stiff wire. I can't use this for very much in this build. It's too stiff. I think that works. So this will allow us to do extra fans for our Nevermore. If you want to put any other circulating fans, some people like to put a fan underneath the bed to help move the hot air from the bed around the thermistor or the chamber. And one of the first things I wanted to do was get the chamber thermistor, which is built into the umbilical, and get it routed down into this guy so we can actually start using that. So we need a JST for that. Where are our pre-crimped wires that I was shouting about? Popping up so much. Housings. Here it is behind me. The snake, it would have hit me. And again, let's get some stuff put away. And some stuff that we're not using, let's just get it off the bench. All these old feet. Alright, so here are these pre-crimped wires I was going on about. And I think these are XH, so they're the right size. I thought I had some that were already crimped on both sides, but I'm not seeing it. Here are some. It's so nice when you have pre-crimped ones. These are 22 gauge, so they should be good for a thermistor. Fans should be good as well, but it's really, really nice feeling when you have like pre-crimped wires and they actually turn out to be like the perfect length. And then sometimes when they're not, you kind of figure out a way to route them so that there's a perfect length. Let's take a black and a red. Find a housing. What side is the positive one? A thermistor doesn't matter, Brian. First 3D printer build. So yeah, I just said doesn't matter, but pre-crimped wire. Super nice. Just take it, pop it inside the housing. And I think that this would be a pretty decent length to get over to our, where are our thermistors? Right here. So that'll come down under the Pi and pop out right there. So I love it when you find a wire that's like the perfect length. You can get these in all sorts of, and maybe I don't use black here. Maybe I use black and red because I don't have a ton of these. And since it's a thermistor and polarity doesn't matter, I can really use any color and it'll kind of help me identify that, hey, that is the chamber thermistor. Well, sir. So what do you want this chamber thermistor to be? I like to use yellows for data. How about purple? Do white. But yeah, if you can imagine how long it would take me to kind of cut these, crimp them. I feel like this is always much, much easier. Ooh, maybe they aren't long enough. They're just a bit short. Shucks. Do I have longer ones? I have longer ones, but they're not double-sided. So I'm gonna have to do some crimping after all. You guys are probably like, see? Brian, you talked all that shit about your pre-crimped cables. And you're gonna have to crimp anyway. That should be plenty long. But yeah, definitely give a little search on Aliexpress and or eBay, and you can even find some on Amazon for just pre-crimped JST XH or whatever size or pitch, whatever you need. They can be real nice. And if you get real long ones, you can just kind of cut them in half, and if you're not crimping on one side, then you get two. Price of one. Maybe a flathead screwdriver will work better than very stabby. I'll be nice. Maybe it won't. Come out, please. Anybody have a good surefire way to depin JST connectors? Maybe a set of tweezers. Maybe I just really suck at life right now. Why are you not coming out of your home? Wait. We get the two longer cables, which are only crimped on one end. Put them in their housing. And I think I can just take this guy off for a little while. I'm going to be doing probably a decent amount of cable management. So now we need to crimp. One time I was doing a sim racing build, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna crimp all the wires and not solder a bunch and make it real clean. And I went and got a strip of crimps and just like sat there for like 2 hours just crimping wires. And I was supposed to be crimping. Hello, Picorni. Engineering. Did I say that right? Nice to see you in chat. I've got one of your wheels hanging up, unfinished, unfortunately, just over to the side of me. But yeah, my story was about pre-crimping a whole bunch of wires for a sim racing wheel build. And I meant to be crimping JST XH, and I accidentally crimped them all in DuPont. So that was frustrating. It wasn't the end of the world. I was still able to use them. You can usually put DuPont into JST XH, but obviously I was kind of perturbed at myself. Kind of a good note for myself. I need to buy some more double-sided pre-crimped wire. One crimp done. Passes the pull test. Gotta try to keep this on camera so you guys can see it. This hot crimp in action. I find that this crimper tends to make things a little bit too wide to fit into the housing. So the end of the crimper has a little flat, and I use it to just kind of try and thin it out a little bit. Get another 2-connector header, housing. Where they pass the pull test. And then I still don't know where the heck to put this antenna. There's the Big Tree Tech Pi comes with an antenna, and you're supposed to stick it down somewhere, but since this is meant to kind of like be able to come off, I don't know where to put it. Then just got underneath into there. Take our excess length. I guess I could have cut that perfectly to length, but we just try to stuff our excess into the cable raceway. Stick it out under here so that hopefully you don't see it all that much. All right, so that's the chamber thermistor done. That's the main thing I kind of wanted to get started with for this mod. Let me see if I can find a very, very short micro USB cable. So normally one of the things I tend to do when I need a very, very short cable is just kind of cut it to length myself. So like if you ever know that you need a very short one, and you have a PCB that has a through hole USB connector, you can technically just solder the wire straight into the board on one side, and then cut the cable to length, and then like solder straight into one side and then have the connector on the other side. But this micro USB is actually surface mount. So that was pretty fun to try to solder. It was my first surface mount soldering job in a little while, but I've got a box full of micro USB cables. Let's see if we have one that's like a tiny little on-the-go one or something. Here's a short one from Adafruit. Is this the OTG? No. I assume I had this for a project, but that might be perfect. The other super short boys. This one's pretty short. I'm not sure if it transmits data or not. That's an option. I feel like I trust the Adafruit one a little bit more. See if it'll be long enough. So the Klipper Expander is just a little STM32 board, like everything these days. This cable might be a little bit too stiff to give us the kind of positioning we need. So that white cable might be what we need to go with. But kind of working out if I can. No, it's going to be way too long. Shoot. That's something I didn't think about. About this white one. Connector is much less bulky on this one, so it looks like it does data. I guess most micro USBs do transmit data, but occasionally you'll find a weird random USB cable that doesn't. I might need a right angle adapter. Do I have one of those nearby? I know I have some on-the-go cables that have right angle adapters on them. I am not seeing a good option for this. I think a good last thing to do would be to get this connected up to the Pi and get it flashed. And then once the expander is set up and flashed, then we can go about getting all of our RGBs set up in the next stream. So like when you have the RGBs mounted, we know how far they'll need to come over. This one will have to come over pretty far unless it goes into the umbilical. So I might also off stream try to draw stuff up and try to figure out the best routing for all the RGBs I would eventually like to have. Maybe I can make a nice wiring nut. Where is my on-the-go cable? I'm gonna run upstairs and see if I have one in my little box. For sim racing stuff, I will be right back. Alrighty, here's what we found. Another very, very small micro USB cable. That's still probably too tall. I found this guy, which is a bit bulkier than I would like. It is, I think it's an OTG adapter, but it has this right angle to it. So let's see if we can make it work. So this will plug into this guy here. And see if that gives us enough clearance to actually fit underneath. It's not looking like it does. So I need to find or buy a right angle adapter. But in the meantime, we can just go ahead and try to get this guy flashed. So let's just take that out. Take our nice skinny connector. Plug him in, and we'll just kind of leave stuff hanging around and try to get things set up to make sure that we don't hurt anything. Then we'll go on the bottom. Alright, it's going to feel weird for me to leave the printer like that, but we redid the AC power, and I'm pretty confident in it. Powered off. They've got power to the AC inlet. We have LEDs, and no magic smoke has been let out so far. Trying to get main cell powered back up. Okay. So it is not recognizing anything. We've got our STM for our display, our host, and our Raspberry Pi. So what we need to do is SSH into our Pi, and let's run. So it looks like we do see a couple OpenMoko chips. If I disconnect this guy. Jeez, this is a strong connector. Our USB light goes out. If you run that command again, does that guy disappear? No, he does not. Oh, our boot pin is enabled. If I connect you now, what do you show up as? I want to see eventually a STM32 showing up in DFU mode. That's in anything new. So I need to find the instructions for the V0 or the Klipper Expander. Setup and flashing guide. Install the boot jumper and reset the board. Okay. Install the boot jumper and reset the board. Still not seeing anything new. I can try the DFU list command, but we should see it in that. We should see like STM32 and DFU. Yeah, so for some reason, maybe we can try a different USB cable. Still not seeing it. What's the deal with that? I'm going to use a known good long ass micro USB cable. Where are you? Here. So basically when I soldered this up, I did a quick test to make sure it showed up, and it was. So unless my soldering job has gone bad, which is a possibility, especially with a surface mount micro USB connector. There we go. So these USB cables might just be like power only or something like that, but they're basically trash. But we can now proceed to flash this guy. So we need to now do the DFU list. We see 0483 EF11. Let's copy that. CD into Klipper. Run make menu config. And we need to copy these settings. Okay, so STM32, F0.2, no bootloader, internal clock, USB on P port A9, A10. Optional features to reduce code size. You need support LCD devices, support sensor devices, and supports 5-bit bing. Hit Q to save it. Exit and save, and make clean. And make flash device. Hello. just got my cereal, also for Formbot Kit, built same time as yours. Thanks for the videos. It helped a lot. That is absolutely awesome to hear. That's kind of like 90% of the reason I've been streaming these is hopefully people can either watch them live or watch them back. I assume some of the issues you might have run into, or some of the issues I ran into, you might have run into as well. But yeah, thanks for watching them, and thanks for hopping in chat and chatting. So what I've done today was get some of the V0.2r1 additions on. So we took the old shroud out and we put in the new shroud. So this was the original V0.2 shroud I got from PIF, and you can see it's got the kind of old only 2-port cooling there. So we've got the new one put in. It's got better cooling. I put in the same hot end, the same fans that came with the Formbot kit, and we got the tool head kind of like looking nice again. And then we went down to the feet. So I replaced the feet with the 0.2 feet, and I did notice that with that 2 millimeter difference, it seems to make a big difference for the motor down here, not pushing the side panel off, so, or the bottom panel. So if I take this, since the Formbot kit uses a how big are they? 34 millimeter. Motor, then this is just enough. So what happened before with the old feet was that since they were 2 millimeters shorter, it was pushing up against this bottom panel. But now the bottom panel is not all nasty looking. So if you do want to do just the feet, what I had to do was on the skirts, I used a whole bunch of washers to offset the skirts down 2 millimeters, but it is definitely nice to not have like this weird protrusion. So after we did that, we have been working on getting a Klipper Expander setup installed. So something you might notice is that there is a thermistor built into the umbilical, but there's no thermistor port open on the SKR Pico. So using this Klipper Expander board, we can get another thermistor. So I've got the thermistor running from the chamber thermistor port down into the Klipper Expander. We've got a whole bunch of ports that we can do fans on. We've got an extra NeoPixel port over here. We've got a SPI / UART port that we can use. So yeah, this is going to help us out when we want to put in Nevermore. And then we've got LEDs that we mounted, some RGB LED matchsticks that we mounted up here. So yeah, getting the Klipper Expander setup is going to be really, really helpful so that I can get all the RGBs that I'm hoping to get on this guy done. I did also do a mod to this foot. So I've got a special housing for a LDO orbiter filament sensor. And so what's going to happen is this is going to go down here, and unfortunately the housing broke, but it's a smart filament sensor, so you can stick filament in and run a macro that will automatically, like, once you pass the filament in, it'll automatically purge it a certain amount. You can press the unload button, it'll back it out, and then it'll automatically heat up and cool down the hot end. So that's what we've got going so far. And then the last stuff I'm going to be doing is eventually getting around to, I've got a bunch of sheathing and sleeving. So we're going to sleeve at least the umbilical cable in blue. I'm not sure if I want to use some of the bright blue or maybe this two-tone. I've got it in a couple different sizes, but yeah, that's the plan that we've done so far. So yeah, I got pretty good prints off of it so far without any modifications. This is all the kind of tuning I've done. Of course, we did our volumetric flow rate. I've got a Dragon high flow in here right now, and it got to 20 without an issue. So then I tested 20 to 30, and it didn't really have, no, I tested 20 to 25, but yeah, it didn't really have any really big issues up until like the 30s. So I've kind of set it at 35. We did our pressure advance, we did our retraction, extrusion multiplier, printed out a few cubes, and with the high flow, it's printing really, really nicely. I do plan on putting the CHC back in. Where do I have that? Somewhere I have the V6 CHC Hotend, and I do plan on putting it back in just to do some initial tests with it so people have an idea of what it's capable of. But for now, I'm kind of rolling with the high flow. So I want to get Nevermore put in here so I can print with ABS and keep this kind of as the desktop printer. But yeah, very happy with the printer so far. Right now we are trying to flash the expander, the STM32 on it. So flash, mid flash, flash device equals, we paste in our DFU guys, numbers, ID, whatever it is, and we run it. Let me hop back over to desktop view so you guys can see. Well, why is this stuck on top? Oh, I had window capture on. Dang it. I had window and desktop capture on. It was redundant. So sorry if you couldn't see some of that, but I basically ran through these instructions. I have not looked at mods yet. The new Shroud seems interesting, but I'll probably upgrade later with an LGX Lite. That makes sense. Klipper Expander seems like nice indeed. I was looking at chamber thermistor yesterday. So yeah, I got it, and I was like, surely if they have this kit set up and they have a chamber thermistor in the board, they've probably picked a board that you can use it on. And I couldn't find any ports on the Pico that were open that you could hook a thermistor up to. And then there's also no more fans outputs on it either. So unless you wanted to kind of split off some fans, something like Nevermore was going to be kind of difficult to do. So yeah, Klipper Expander just seems like the perfect solution for that. But saw it wasn't possible. The expander sadly is not available in Europe except Aliexpress. Just did a quick search. So who's in Europe? I'm trying to think of who is is KB3D in Europe? Caribou? Do they have any? I mean, you probably know. They carry some stuff. I'm not sure if they have it. No. I know all the American sites do. Is West 3D in the US? I mean, I know that they all ship to Europe, but it would probably be expensive, so. Fabrico 12 3D.co.uk. So that's in the UK. I don't know with Brexit how hard it is to get stuff out of the UK. But this is honestly, this picture is straight off of Aliexpress. So I imagine this person is just buying them off of Aliexpress and then drop shipping them to people when they order them. Or maybe they're using the exact same picture as a whole bunch of people on AliExpress and eBay. But here's one, 12 3D. I've never heard of them. I can't really speak to whether or not they're a particularly good distributor, but KB3D, I think, is in the United States. Ohio, yeah. I know there's like 3 or 4 kind of Voron oriented resellers. PrintyPlease.uk is another UK based one. DFM, I think, is in like Florida. Aliexpress and Newegg is probably just the eBay reseller. eBay, West 3D, Tiny Machines, ASA College, that's random. Lab 445. This is out of stock. Dang it. But yeah, like there was 2 options I saw there that might be able to help you out. 123D and whatever that other guy was. 3DO.DK. What is DK? Danish. So that's in Europe. The Danes. Still going? Yes, I'm still going. So we are currently flashing the Klipper board. Error running DFU util. Whenever I flash anything in DFU mode, I always get this error, but I get the feeling that it actually worked. So if we go back to the instructions, just remove the jumper and press the reset button. And then if we run the USB commands, now we just see several of these same OpenMoko STM32s, and one of them should be our new guy. So we've got the Pico, got the display, and now we have this guy. So now we need to include Klipper Expander.cfg. So I didn't get to wiring the LEDs yet. That'll have to come in the next stream, but I found a decent solution to mounting this guy. I just need to figure out something for, I need like a right angle adapter for this micro USB connector. We'll head over here, printer.cfg. Need to include that. We need to make that as well. New file. Create. Software. Klipper Expander.cfg. raw. Select all, copy. That's probably really annoying. That printer, the file we just created. Klipper Expander.cfg. Paste. So what is the serial that we need? Save and close. The serial for our display is 720. And if we look at the 720 is the display, that means that this guy is our Klipper Expander. Close, open up Klipper Expander, paste in our serial with the commands. I don't have anything in the MOSFETs, but I will be running fans off of them eventually, I think. I'm just going to comment them out for now. LED status lights when Klipper connects. So static digital output, onboard LED. There's NeoPixel, and here's our thermistor. Am I using T0 or T1? T0. It has sample code of how to set up a thermistor somewhere. Here we go. We need a temperature sensor, chamber, thermistor type. What is the thermistor type that comes on the V0 umbilical? It's actually in the same repo. Uh, 100K 805. Does he give an example of the big file? Don't go that CFG. Here we go. Generic 398 or 3950 E6 decode ID T0. I'm going to keep it called T0 because that's what they had it initially, I think. And then we can change it to be or chamber if we want later. But I like that I could flash this in DFU mode without having to do anything wonky with it, like moving it. I don't know. I just prefer being able to flash stuff this way. T0 is already registered. Is that what my thermistor is called somewhere else? Wish you could find in all files. T0. Not registered here. Time lapse, printer config. Menu main cell macro. What did I do wrong here, folks? I guess I can call it chamber tip. Decode sensor ID T0 is already registered. What is using that? I Not what I wanted. If I go to my printer config, well, I searched for T0 and didn't find anything. So you've got a thermistor in our extruder. But I don't see anything that's called code ID T0. Anything that's in here that's G ID. Code underscore ID. All that right? So I just need to increment that by like 1, 2, or 3, but I just don't see G-code ID being used anywhere, so it's kind of weird. Heater bed. So there's a thermistor in here, sensor tight, but it doesn't have a G-code ID. Let's just make it 0.1.2 and see if that makes things better. Klipper Expander. This is our third one, starting with 0 index. PA6 is not valid pen name on the MCU EU. Why not? Oh, I need to do expander? Is that looking like a standalone or something? Here we go. We got the Klipper Expander. Oh, that's nice. I didn't realize that it gave you all this information. You clicked on that guy. Hidden features of Klipper. So if you go to the dashboard, chamber temp 21. But for some reason, it's a little bit cooler than our extruder and heated bed. I guess maybe we need to run a PID tune on it also. But we can also do a machine. Let's have all of the freaking temperatures set up. Temperature sensor. Can't type. Expander. Sensor type is whatever I named it in that other file, which I don't remember. Temperature No, it's... Yeah, that's temperature MCU, right? That's just the type. Did we restart? ADC temperature is used multiple times within the config. Say what? I guess I didn't set that temperature thing up right. Man, can you imagine if this was Marlin and you were trying to do something like this, and every time I messed up like this, I had to go back and do it. So this is just a name. This is just whatever we want to call it. Temperature type. The Big Tree Tech is the host. Temperature sensor. Okay. Go find it. What if I want to do a MCU? Built-in microcontroller temperature sensor. So what do I have wrong with this? Insert MCU. Does it use like a default one? Okay, so shortcut commands, Chris, if you're still watching, you can hit, it might be different for you. So whatever the equivalent on Mac is, probably command, but if I hit control plus / it comments and uncomments. If I hit alt plus up and down, it moves things up and down a layer or a line. If I hit shift alt up and down, it multiplies the line. Of course, you can control Z to undo. You can highlight something and hit control D, and it will highlight all instances of that. Actually, there was something in a comment somewhere about a chamber thermistor. Oh, is it just in my print start macros? Yeah, okay. But what did I have wrong about? I'm trying to think of any other commands that are useful. I think that's mostly it. The alt up and down, alt shift up and down. Yeah, that's all the ones I can think of, but that's really handy for like moving stuff around. So sensor MCU equals MCU. So okay, that by default it's trying to duplicate the default MCU, which is the, what do you call it? What is it called? The Pico. So I need to see what MCU this guy is called. MCU Expander. And then Sensor MCU for the expander is expander. Expander. That's not a naming violation? There are two things called expanders. Is it because they're in different parts of the data model? There we go. Look at that. Look at all those lines. It's a little rainbow down here. All the temperatures. And it's running at 32 right now. I've got a 5 amp fuse in it because I just plan on running the Nevermore LEDs, or not Nevermore LEDs, Nevermore fans, and I think that's it. So I didn't think I needed a very large amperage fuse. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that. So what do we need to think about in terms of all of our NeoPixels? So we have two NeoPixel rows inside. We have like a chamber left and chamber right. I mean, those can be seen as the same thing. Only reason I would want to like solo them out is to make them do different effects, I think. But really, this can be one that's just considered a chamber. Let's I say left. That's right. We've got our Kirigami bed. The Kirigami bed is apparently tied to the NeoPixel that's on the Pico. Like this port is tied to that LED, so they're always going to be the same. We will have the toolhead LEDs. The toolhead 1/2. We will have rainbow barfs down here in the skirt. Skirt 1 and 2. Where else can I throw some LEDs? I could do the side panels eventually, but I don't have those right now, so I won't think about them too much. I am just going, for the time being, I'm just going to stick these into the side, even though they aren't, like fully mountable that way. Whoops. Another tool hits the ground. So obviously I can't keep this mounted that way. The plan is to put it underneath this extrusion from the bottom, so that I can kind of like pull it out and do stuff whenever I need to. I've got several rainbow barfs, so I could put them in other places if there are any other places worth putting them. So we'll have one there, the whole bank here, the whole bank here, a rainbow barf in the front, a rainbow barf in the front. And then where are the spots that we can feed NeoPixels from? So we have actual ports, or let's call them pins. We have the SKR Pico has one, and the Expander has one. And then we have routing built into the umbilical. So if you look at the umbilical again, no, I just want the pen out. Show me a picture. So we've got NeoPixel strip 1, NeoPixel strip 2, there's an in and an out on each of those. And then NeoPixel strip 3 only has an in. Wait, and this one has one too. Shit. Okay. So this goes back to the controller. And then this can go in and out. This can go in and out. This is just an in. You can actually see where the traces are going from out here to the in here. So it's coming out of the controller into here. Then it looks like maybe there's a trace above these capacitors that's passing it to the... No, those are 5 ground pluses. So I think the data is coming into here and going to the out. So this goes out and then it comes back in. Goes from the in here into the out here, and then you can come back into the in and finally go back out. Well, I need to read up on this a little bit. I think we'll be fine in terms of like the number of connections. I just want to kind of plan out what's going to be the best way. 3. It hookups for 3 continuous NeoPixel strips. Do you have any specific thoughts on how that works? Yeah. I kind of want to make one of these work on stream before we leave. What time is it? Oh gosh, it's late or early. I'm going to leave it off. Have some self-restraint, Brian. You got them mounted. You also need to make a cable and a connector for it anyway. But I do like these snap-in little, like, right angle brackets. They're pretty good. So in terms of my list of stuff I wanted to try to get done, we've got the Klipper Expander working and pseudo mounted. I need to get like a right angle adapter for the USB cable in order to get it kind of fully adapted. We got the new V0.2r1 Shroud in. We got the V0.2r1 feet in. We've got our orbiter sensor set up. I need to reprint the housing for it and then make a cable to get it back We got our LEDs mounted. Our skirts we started to kind of glue in, or actually we started to use acetone bonding to bond these to the skirts. I did it on the one side and it looked pretty good. I think that my alignment on the hat is a little off now, but yeah, I put those mesh inserts on one side. And I think that looks pretty dang good. So I want to do it to all sides. And the plan was to do it tonight, but I don't know, I kind of felt like it was taking a long time. It was a little bit boring. I might also just reprint the skirts because I had to put in these spacers in order to get the right offset. And I kind of don't like the way they look. Nobody else is going to notice it, but I will know that they're like that. So I might reprint these with the backing already in them. But I was surprised the acetone kind of gluing worked reasonably well. So I'll figure out how I want to do that for all the skirts all the way around. Yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with the progress. I thought we would get a little bit more done, but I guess you always do, don't you? So we're set up to start getting all of our LED stuff done. I do want to do some more kind of sheathing on the some of the cabling. So specifically the stuff up here by the tool head, the umbilical. I don't like how stiff this heat sheathing is, and it kind of causes it to stick straight up and rub against the top of the top hat. So I want to kind of replace that, and while I'm replacing that or cutting it down, I want to replace it with some blue or blue and black sleeving. I do kind of want to make eventually kind of maybe a cover for the back here and get rid of this green that's coming out of the heater, just because it's a little bit of an eyesore. I mean, we're really getting into just ridiculous, dumb personal taste stuff. None of this is for performance whatsoever, except for the RGBs, which will make the printer run faster. Overall, I'm pretty happy. I can't think of a whole lot of other stuff I want to do. Before I get the review done, I do plan on putting the CHC Hotend in there just to do some kind of flow rate tests and do like a couple benchies or something to see how well it does. I'm going to test out the fans with the new Shroud, the stock fans, see if that improves any of the overhangs, because I was really having some problems with overhangs, just being really, really nasty and muddy looking. So see if the new cooler helps, and then eventually I'm going to swap in these GDS time guys. We need to get a way to mount an 80XL onto this guy. And yeah, we will get the macros put in for the foot filament sensor. But I'm pretty happy with what we got done. Maybe not as much as I planned, but I tend to be a little bit ambitious with what I plan to get done on streams. Damn it, I didn't get RGB. There's still plenty of time. You can still get some RGB put in wherever you please. I don't know if you saw what I tweeted out today on Twitter to announce the stream. But I said, oh, I'll make desktop, not overhead. I said, what do you do when you're finished building your Voron 3D printer? Trick question. You're never finished building your Voron. Plenty of cool stuff from Timit and HeartK and others to throw in your machine. So yeah, we got the rainbow sticks installed. We need to get them hooked up. We got the Klipper Expander, and we got that guy. So I think I got most of what we promised done. But yeah, you can always throw more RGB in there. I need to wait for those RGB sequins to come in so I can get those done. And yeah, oh, I also put these little fancy standoffs on there instead of the brass ones. So I used to have these on there. but now we got these kind of prettier blue ones. And yeah, the only thing I really don't like is this kind of ketchup and mustardy cables up here, but I can sleeve those if I really want to. I mean, technically I can sleeve any and all of these cables. It'd be a little ridiculous for a 3D printer build, I feel, but maybe I'll go sleeving crazy and just make everything either black or blue and just go over the top. Just why not? You know, we're building these printers to have fun. And, you know, honestly, I didn't need to build this printer. I didn't have to have this. I wanted something that could print ABS. Right now, my Prusa is capable of doing it. Not with the best quality because it's in like a pseudo enclosure. But yeah, with this, I want to play around a little bit. But thank you to everybody who hopped into the stream. Thank you for everybody who sent a super chat. Oh, Heart K. Did I miss his? I think I missed Heart K's super chat. But thank you. How did I do that? And then Matt Shammy, thank you very much for the super chat. Truggy, awesome guy. He sent me his CHC Hotend for me to test out. He's just got that little gold guy running. And that might have been it. Yeah, the delay is a little bad today. I set this stream up as a planned or scheduled stream, and that used a different preset, and it didn't have the ultra low latency on. So I need to learn from that and get that set up. Hopefully the audio is a lot better. I got a brand new microphone and spent a lot of time trying to get it okay. So it's probably not perfect, but hopefully better than the one that would kind of cut me in and out all the time. I had stream alerts set up, but I didn't see them coming up on stream a whole lot. I kind of want to go to Streamlabs and test them. Dashboard. Come on. Alert box. Test donation. Yeah, they were working, but I didn't notice them actually popping up on stream. Test super chat. Okay, they're working, but I didn't notice them. So sorry if I missed anybody's super chat. Thank you guys very much for all of the super chats and any and everybody who subscribed today. The subscribers, yeah, that one is working too. So yeah, I do have this little let me turn this guy off. I do have this little social reminder now. Is that working? No, it's not working. Oh, there it is. Be sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel. You can follow me on a bunch of different social medias. I guess the last thing I want to talk about is some stuff I have planned for some giveaways. So I got a bunch of these Voron rulers manufactured by JLC PCB. I had to do an order, so I just got a bunch of these. So I'm going to set it up so that I can do some giveaways in the live stream, and then maybe I'll do it so that, like, if you can't make the live stream, you can also leave a comment in the video, and I'll do one of those a month or something like that. So I want to give back to you guys. Thank you to everybody who donated and who comes in and chats and gives me tips. Several people gave me tips today that helped me get through a couple kind of struggles I was having. So it's awesome to be able to build on stream and have other people build and chat with you. So yeah, I hope you guys have a good night. Or morning. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope your builds and prints continue to go well. Thank you ever so much for everybody who tuned in today. Next stream, we're going to get all the RGBs actually hooked up and see about any of the other mods that we kind of started but didn't get a chance to do. So thanks once again. I will see you guys in the next stream. See you later.